welcome to The Last Ditch, where, they're totally not coming. We're fine. Fine.
Help. They're coming.
Help.
Help. They're coming.
Help. The time change is coming.
Everything is terrifying.
But yeah, I'm going to toss it to Bentham because he wants to take all of the announcements. So
Yeah, because I totally forgot to do the usual thing where I post the announcements to Maggie before we start.
it's
I
okay.
realized about like 20 seconds before we started, but yes.
I didn't notice either. I've been dealing with like cat barf. It's been a morning.
So today's episode is supported by Paul Toon. Thank you very much for supporting. I believe a new legend.
Ooh, welcome.
In the ranks of legends. Or a deity? I'm not sure actually. It might be deity. That might be awkward.
Oh, if you're a deity, get ready for some whack shit. We make some weird videos for deity people.
New deity supporter. Thank you very much for paying the entirety of the cast cost for this episode.
Bro, you cray, but we love you. Thank you.
And yes, also as hinted, clocks are about to get weird for everybody because someone, or indeed many someones, decided that different parts of the world would change to daylight savings and from daylight savings at different times. There will be a time when the show is shifted for some people. So I think
it starts next week for the UK. And then on the 25th.
Next week, somebody's clocks change. I can't remember who.
On the 25th.
But it means that for US people, the show will be 1 hour earlier just for next week, and then it will go back to normal.
Instead of 10 a.m. PDT, it's going to be 9 a.m. PDT.
Yep. And for other places, it'll all be the same as normal.
Mm-hmm. And then the week following that, which is November 1st, we go back to normal.
Yep. Whoever needs to catch up catches up. I can't even remember which way it goes around. I've just made a note on the calendar of this time earlier US, this time later US. Someone changes the clocks a week after somebody else, and
I put it on the calendar,
and I hate it.
Because I was making sure that I was like, oh yeah, I got to put it on the calendar because thing.
Yeah, bear in mind we will start and end an hour earlier if you're US based next week. If you're not, you're probably fine. It depends. It's a mess.
We'll try to make a lot of posts on social too. We'll let you guys know. At least this time. Well, this time you might come late if you might be an hour late if you show up at 10. So
yeah, it works better in spring because at worst you're early.
Yeah.
So yes. Also, there's a bunch of Patreon gubbins. We went into the latest floor of one of the towers in the D&D Ascension game on Thursday.
Stuff.
We did, yeah. We did we make some choices.
Choices were made. Things were done.
Like, hey, yeah, we're level 4, but let's mess with the gods. I'm sure that'll go fine. But yes, you can check out very soon the details of that floor of the tower and how to run it in your own games if you so wish. And then also we might be getting the next floor soon because we're kind of speed running and just blasting through all the floors at once. And other Patreon goodies too. We'll see what we get. We had the HQ video. This one was a little bit late this past week, but it is out, so you can always watch after the show to get caught up on how things are going on a grander scale. And see how we're faring on the push in the Pacificus line. I think is that the one? No, the Tempestus line in the
on the
west
by the river.
Tempestus line, yes.
Yeah, because there's some clever strategy gubbins going on a higher level. Because while we're pushing on this one, the Tyranids are putting all their mental resources into controlling the Nids where we're fighting them. So in other places, Lieutenant Colonel Drake is like, charge. They're not paying attention right now. So it's all happening at the moment. You can check that out in the HQ videos, which are free on the Patreon. Anyone can see those, which is a good segue to go into how you can support us, which is via Patreon. That is the main way that we are funded and able to do all the things, pay all of our cast, and so on and so forth. And there's a whole bunch of different tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards. There's also the free things like the HQ, and occasionally we put out other things on there that are free as well. So it's good to just like be following us on Patreon if you have a Patreon account, so that you can see those and you can get email notifications or whatever from that. So you can check those out. We do tweet about post that we make there too. But stuff that you can get at the various tiers include MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show. You can get character sheets. You can get behind the scenes GM secrets and notes and enemy stats, all that kind of thing. You can name NPCs. You can watch videos about where the admins talk about the events of the month and go into like how all the shows are going and looking at things from a more businessy angle if you're interested in seeing that side of things. And you can also take part in a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll For It cast. We, this month, have Sheepy GMing some more Only War the Last Ditch, of course. And we also have Maggie running Fear itself, which is the only thing we have to fear. I don't know what the system's about, really, apart from spooky things.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it has like skills that you put your things in, like whether it's, flirting or intimidation or stability or health or athletics. It's kind of similar to other games that you have. You put stats in there and then you spend points. It's instead of like how you normally would just like roll plus your things, you have to decide which ones you want to spend. And then you do get them back over time. But yeah. It's
I like it when tabletop RPGs mix things up a little bit and try different mechanics and see how they work.
It's a D6 system. And then so there's like a success gauge depending on how difficult you have to hit like a difficulty setting. So if it's like the difficulty's 4, then you have to roll 4 or higher, kind of thing.
Yep, and we're starting to get into the later half of the month now. So if you were to sign up in like the next week or so, you could then be in next month's games, whatever they may be. We'll find out when they happen.
I think we've got a couple more definite Only War Last Ditch canon legend games. So
yeah, those games do get to affect how things go on the actual show.
Like how there's no more planetary governor. Whoops.
Yeah, a lot of people were having a hard time deciding what to do too. They were like, yeah. Oh, you didn't. Were you not here during our after show?
No,
I thought we talked about it.
Did we talk about
it got
that?
announced. I know in an episode we heard about it briefly at the end of one of them. That the governor had mysteriously died or been assassinated by insurgents or whatever.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I do remember. I was like,
it wasn't that mysterious. It was an auto.
Okay, I was like, was there a mysterious death? Who was it? But no, that was definitely not. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
But of course, our Lieutenant Colonel Drake has stepped into place to command things in the place of the governor. So we're all very, very happy that that's the case. And what a shame that they were to die in that freak autocannon accident.
Yes, because everyone dies in a freak autocannon.
It's just so how it is when you're at war. You can just happen sometimes.
Who could have predicted
it? But other ways you can support us, you can do things on Twitch. It happens to the best of us. It does. You can support us on Twitch by dropping us bits. They will appear in the cup on the screen, and we'll replace Sheepy's beard while we wait for it to return. You can also give us tips. They will appear on the screen, and we'll read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also become a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate VOD access, which normally you'd have to wait 24 hours for us to put them up on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, a Twitch subscriber, or a Patreon supporter all give you access to our Discord, where you can hang out with other fans of the show and us and talk about what's going on in the shows. And in the case of The Last Ditch, you can also use that to take part in the Rear Guard, where you can go over to Last Ditch Rear Guard, sign up there, and Sheepy will coordinate things and sort out what you need to roll, and then you will start contributing to the war effort and hopefully making things better, not worse. Just don't crit fail. You might blow up a tank or crash a Valkyrie or lose key supplies or get someone killed when you're trying to revive them.
Or unleash
we need good rolls
NIDs on the world, and then subsequently
they closed
put
that
them
up.
back.
I don't think they put them back is the words that I would use.
I'm gonna say put them back in heavy quotations, unless that's not evident.
They used the wrong amount of firepower. Like, if they'd used less, they wouldn't have woken the NIDs. If they used more, the NIDs wouldn't have got out. But they did enough to wake them and let them free. But they did fix their own mess in the end.
It
And
was an
the
error in
rear guard have been useful recently. Like they've definitely helped us out in claiming our current land.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
And
So keep
they've-
it up.
Yeah, we've gotten good medical attention. A lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's really helped you with your replacements and everything. Without the Medicaid and the officers, and the only ones who've had a really poor showing on the regular is the heavy weapons. They've had some bad rolls.
Sounds right.
I think all of our heavy weapons have had bad rolls.
Artillery. Artie has done well once.
Artie have done well a couple of times.
Hey, they helped us a lot
on the
recently.
in the
Yeah.
grands on the
They
whole,
pulled through.
you know, like pros and cons. Recently, pretty good.
And we're only on episode 11, right? I feel like every single time I'm like in shock. I was saying
Yeah.
so like how like at the end of every episode I'm like, it's over already? Like the 4 hours just go by so fast.
There's always a lot to do in war, especially when you get bumped up the chain of command slowly. And
Terrified though, because
we'll
they're
talk
still
about that
coming.
soon.
Help.
They are.
They're
Yeah.
coming.
They keep warning us.
Stop. Spooky.
We can make it even more
so-
spooky by making it children. Help.
No, Maggie.
Oh no! Oh, there probably are some, aren't there? Oh.
No, I don't know. See, this is why I don't watch scary movies or nothing. I'm a big wimp when it comes to this stuff.
I love freaking Mandy out.
It's very easy. Sharks
Okay,
and
we should-
stuff, I'm fine. The minute it's like jump scares or chainsaws, I'm out. Or children.
That makes it like you can never like come across a shark in the street. So at least like with sharks, you're like they stay there. They stay in
mean,
that
That's
place.
where
And if
they
I don't
live.
go to that
Except for
place,
were sharks.
I'm good.
Well, there is that manga. Where
Wait, a mango?
There are land sharks, zombie land sharks.
Yeah, were sharks.
Are they just normal sharks, but they flop around on land, or do they have
They're-
legs?
They're normal sharks that then grow like spider legs and chase people through houses. And
Oh, yeah,
Spider
that's
legs sound
horrifying.
amazing.
Yeah, no, that's the combination of
Like-
all the bad things.
I don't know if anyone will tell me exactly what it's called, but
Is it
I-
spider legs or crab legs?
it's weird spindly legs that then they kind of like
See, and
Is
were
this a real
sharks
thing?
are
Is
sharks
this the
that
real-
turn
you have to tell me,
into
I'm too
werewolves.
gullible.
It's not a real. It's not a real
well
thing.
actually in World of Darkness there are were-sharks.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
They turn into people, but they're
Yeah.
they're like people and then sharks. And I think they're called the A something.
By people,
arrow-
he means like werewolf people.
No, like humans.
They're
Um,
like,
I mean,
The-
when
the-
I
the
think
were in
were-sharks,
werewolf is
humans
human.
that turn
Were
into
used to
sharks
mean,
on
like-
the full moon.
Where in
Damn
some
it,
language or
Maggie.
other means
human,
man. So
yeah.
werewolf is really just an old word for man wolf.
Yeah.
So a were shark would be a man shark.
and
Man,
did the
there's-
human
shark.
bite
It
the
tracks.
shark? Or did the
Yeah.
shark bite the human?
One of the things I really like about one of the things I really like about the older World of Darkness stuff is they go into so much deep detail. So you have like the
I think we broke Bandy. She's like,
oh my god, I can't. You're gonna mess up my eyeliner.
It reminds me of one of my favorite
that's why I just
moments
don't
of
wear
the-
eyeliner.
One of my
Oh,
favorite
God.
moments of the Spider Verse
Scared
movie
or are
when
you
they're
laughing? I
No,
can't-
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at the idea, like, because Maggie just softly whispered, "But did the shark bite the human, or did the human
Oh,
bite
that
the
part,
shark?"
yeah.
And I lost it. I was
so someone very nicely shared with me the name of the manga. It's called Gyo. It's not worth watching because it has sharks in it.
Oh
But
yeah.
I put
I've watched or I've read that.
you've read that, yeah.
Yeah.
I put the image
I don't know
of
why I
it
said
in,
watched it.
in the Discord for us.
God.
the project.
Yeah.
Project.
Am I
Oh,
the
yeah,
only
no,
one
that's
that keeps hearing
horrifying.
Phoebe call something a mango, and I'm like, what?
He-
That's
ma-
what I keep hearing is mango.
He does
My
keep
favorite
saying
manga.
mango.
Mango's
It's a manga.
yeah.
Manga. Not
manga.
manga. Yeah. I don't know. People say
I
it
thought it was
different.
manga.
You
I say
Americans and your
manga.
weird
I say
pronunciations.
it's just anime.
A mango to me
No,
is a
anime
fruit.
is the TV. Anime is
Well,
animated.
It's a problem because a lot of the early animations that came out on film were from, I think it was a company called Manga or something like that. So everyone was like, "Oh, the manga."
Oh, no.
Yeah. So,
Oh.
things
Well,
like
welcome
Princess
to the
Mononoke
pre-show.
and
Yeah, we're doing that again. You
We
can
do
check
this
out
all the
more of this
time.
conversation in
The after show.
in the
We really
after
should
shows.
do the. God, we need to do the after show before the show.
Just record that too. Put
We
it
need a
as a
pre-show
separate
and an
thing.
after show.
You get the before and after of like
I mean, to
chilling
be fair,
talking
this
about
is
were
like,
sharks, and then after it's like, oh god, everyone's died. What do we do?
In all
Remember
fairness,
when
we
we were
talked
talking
about the
about
tactical
were-sharks?
shovel.
Oh, God.
Last
See, this
week
is
it was the
preview.
tactical shovel. This week it's were sharks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But the man
That was a
buying the
week
shark
ago?
thing reminded me of the bit from Spider-Verse where they're all telling their backstories at the same time, and they're all saying I was bitten by a radioactive spider, and then Spider Pig says bitten by a radioactive pig, and they're all like, wait, what?
I was
When did
really
the
tempted
spider
to
That's not how
make
that
then?
works.
in our Apocalypse World game. I was really tempted to make were-sharks in that game, just because EE kept saying that the mysterious thing was were-sharks.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah,
I
the
did-
tactical were-sharks. That would be. That's just sharks with lasers on their.
Just
And
imagine
Alright,
that's
we're getting
were
all
sharks,
bonkers.
but
Alright.
deployed
Yeah,
at the
no,
right
we-
time.
No, maybe their like spider leggies have like shovels at the end.
Now they can
Whoa.
dig as well. They can swim through the earth.
So they're mole were sharks. Cool.
Wait, we going back to Street Sharks? That was a great show.
Oh, street sharks.
Sharks.
You
did-
don't know what
I should-
Jossum?
I don't think we had that up here.
Oh no.
Or maybe
All right.
we
have-
Well, we're having a street shark little cartoon
we're gonna
day.
have a watch party.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
We-
watch party.
That's gonna be the after show. We'll just watch some Street Sharks.
we had Sharky and George, the Crime Busters of the Sea.
Oh, that sounds
What,
adorable.
what was George?
I mean, I played Freddy
George-
Fish.
George was like, an
Like-
archer fish or something, and Sharky was weirdly a shark.
Huh.
And they were detectives and they went around solving crimes, as I
Oh,
remember.
that's cute.
Oh dear.
Street sharks were more like bros, but you know,
Is it like West Side Story but with sharks?
no.
Oh, that sounds fun. I'd enjoy that.
It is fun though.
Was it a
We-
cartoon?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
cartoon.
It was the next best thing to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, as far as I was concerned.
It was the one that they were shark people, right? But they had like legs. It was shark. with
Yeah,
legs.
they're like
Yeah,
human, like
street sharks.
they're
Teenage
like,
And they
Did
went
they have
around like
tails?
punching stuff and
Make
like
no
biting
sense.
bad guys in half or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
yeah.
The
We're not
the
gonna
only,
look
I
this
never
up.
saw it, but I know it exists.
half of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles made no sense. Because two of them had
Half of
lethal
cartoons
weapons.
don't make any sense.
Two
I
of them had lethal weapons. And they
I
never
watched a
used them.
cartoon with my little sister, and like I don't remember what it's called, but someone here who's like young and not old like me will probably be like, "Oh, I know exactly what that is." This girl who has like a bow, and then she transforms whatever I don't know. Anyways, I was just like, "What is happening?" Half the time I was like, "Someone was tripping on acid and made this cartoon," because I don't know what's going on.
That's how all like 80s and 90s cartoons.
No, it's not
happened.
80s, 90s. This is like a more recent one because my little sister's like 16.
Oh, okay.
No, it was not Sailor Moon. I love Sailor Moon. Don't even start with me.
Love Sailor Moon.
How dare! Anyway, reeling it back in. Like we always appreciate your support on the various different platforms that allow us to show up every week and talk about random crap, and then get murdered by tyrannies and do murdering of tyrannies. But if you can't support financially, which is absolutely fine, always look after yourself before you worry about other people when it comes to money. Then just being here is super important too. Just watching the show, watching it live, or watching it on YouTube later, super appreciated. And we love it when you hit the likes and the follows and all those various things, and like talk in the chat, comment on the videos, and messages in various other places like Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and all that kind of thing. So please do all that. We love it when you do. And bring your friends along too, introduce them to this madness, and see if they also want to watch us talk about street sharks and were sharks, and really just various different kinds of sharks. I hope they're into sharks.
My second largest phobia. Always fun.
What's the first?
Needles.
That's fair. No,
I just had to have a blood test recently, and it was horrific. I got stabbed 5 times.
I
Too
don't want
many
to.
times.
I'll get into a whole nother discussion if I open this can of worms.
Oh, God, yeah.
We'll swing back around for this. Yeah, because I got
Sure.
needle
Sure.
thoughts too. But
Yep, I got them. But yeah, let's get on with the show. Over to you, Shivi.
Okay. So it has been a couple of days since your initial encounter with the... I don't know if you want to come up with a name for them, but for now I'll just call them the mind-controlled humans who are creepy and scary and just keep walking forward into enemy fire. Or friendly fire.
Is zombies a word in the 40k universe? Like, is that
Children
something
of the
people
Nid.
mind?
Children of the Nid. Yeah, it's zombies. I don't think technically are a thing, as far as I know, but it's one of those.
It's
things
like the
where
thing
it's
was like
probably.
in half the universes where zombies exist, like fictional universes, they always don't never say the word zombies. They're always like they're walkers or they're the dead. It's like, has no one heard of zombies here? So I'm like, could be that in 40k. I wouldn't know.
because zombies is such a weird word. Zombie sounds
Damn.
almost cute.
Sure.
I don't know. Anyways, that was all I had to say.
We'll talk about zombies as well in the off day. We'll just pile up.
I'm gonna make a list here. I'm causing my own
Yeah.
trouble now.
Put needles versus sharks in there for me. Right?
Make a poll.
Needles.
Um,
Not actually gonna.
so, ammunition has been not scarce, but a little bit in short supply during these assaults. There have been occasional pushes with the Hormigants, sometimes backed up by Gene Stealers. There have been... You know what? Because of the things, let's get a little roundup of how your company has been doing and how your platoon's been doing. So
We need a cooking roll.
oh, that's true. That's true. We should get a cookie roll. Okay, before we do that, then let's use up hopefully Vandy's good roll. Vandy, could you give me a cookie roll to see how the? Because I mean, you know, it's not just you you're cooking for anymore. Sometimes even Lieutenant Reckerbacker might eat it if you roll well enough.
I don't know this
Slime
in
always
character
eats it.
yet.
You don't. You don't.
Technically, although I guess I didn't see.
Whoa,
it,
whoa, whoa, whoa! Primer has to eat it.
Yeah, Primer has to eat it.
Lime has been eating their food the whole time,
It's true.
Do I get
for
any?
better or worse.
You know what?
Usually
No,
worse.
I'm just gonna.
Primer will help you by giving you a grenade.
That's gonna go over well. 0.1 degrees of success. Oh my god, it's edible.
In all fairness, when I saw the 0 on the D10, I was like, oh no, here comes a Nat Hundo.
Oh god.
So, you, whatever it is you can come up with, it is palatable and it is nourishing. I wouldn't call it tasty, but it is not untasty. Which is not a word.
I feel like it would be like something fairly bland, but with a little, like just a little something in it. You know,
yeah,
like
yeah, just
it's like you want to keep eating it just because you're not sure what it is, but it tastes okay. Probably
Chicken
like
pot pie.
We don't have
pot pie surprise.
pot
No,
pie
what?
surprise.
Don't know what's
Could
in
be
there.
pot pie
I mean,
surprise.
meatloaf is always a good one.
Do we have? I think we have a meatloaf. Hold on, I'm looking through my page.
Yeah, it was the
Hold
meat
on.
brick one. It was the
We
brick
do
one.
have a meat brick. I think
There's a
pot
meat
pie
brick.
surprise is good because you're never really sure what the surprise is because it's all kind of. You're like, well, where's the surprise? You keep eating.
Or
it 'cause you're
front
not
fry, like stir fry.
Sure.
You can often make stir fry out of leftovers.
Now I want stir fry.
True.
My stomach is
Although
growling.
stir fry generally is very tasty, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the idea that it's something like super easy. French fries kind of nice.
Stir fry's pretty easy. Put rice and put it all on a thing and cook it up.
I was thinking it could be like an oatmeal even, or like some kind of mash-ish type thing, but
Oatmeal.
I like French fries. Bugs is the surprise.
It's the raisin,
We
yeah.
accidentally-
It's the little raisins.
Oh my
Dried
God.
bugs.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'll call it French fry for now, and then we can have also some other stuff.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'm gonna need is a D10 from everyone, please.
I'm like really bothered by not knowing what this cartoon's name was. 4.
7.
7.
1.
I don't know if I want to roll
concern.
high or low.
Oh, sorry. Low is bad.
Oh.
No.
You do have your rerolls.
Oh, I
if you
rolled
would
a
like.
7.
Yeah, low is bad because last time we rolled a D10, it was about who died, and if you rolled like a 1, it was a sergeant, a 2 was a corporal, something like that.
I'll just accept whatever this is, I guess. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm here for accepting.
In that case,
My first roll of the game, I can't just start re-rolling immediately.
we'll go from the Lightfoot. Could I please get another D10, Lancaster, please?
Okay. Just uno momento. I'm trying to use this like. Oh wait, hold on a second. There you go. A 5.
Okay. So you take one casualty in each of your squads.
Okay. Does that include my?
In all our squads? In each one?
No, this is just Lancaster.
Oh, okay.
Is this like? Does that include my heavy squad as well?
No. These are
So
your
just my
your
main
regulars.
squads.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm wondering what is happening right now.
And 5. Okay. That is all.
I
Thank
think
you.
you're fine, and I'm about to lose a lot of people.
Wait, casualty? You mean like just like dead or like injured?
Dead or injured. Yeah. It's they're generics, so they can.
So I'll just still mark one off. Okay.
Yeah, mark one off for now. They need to be replaced, but it's nothing too bad. So
Dead or injured. If I'm gonna choose, I'm gonna choose injured.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna mark it off anyway. I'll put it as a 0.5.
Well, like if effectively they are casualties in the sense they can no longer be considered fit for combat until they're like sent back to the Medicaid and
replaced.
killed, so
Okay.
replaced.
Okay.
Because they're not named, effectively there's just a gap in your squad there until they're replaced. So Primer, please also roll me a d10.
9.
Okay.
I hope that's good, because you said low is bad.
Yes. You take one casualty in push.
Okay.
That apparently being up on that hill up there is just really good for your defenses because
Woohoo!
Rickenbacker, please roll me a d10.
Yeah. 10.
Nice.
A 10.
Okay.
You had rolled a 4 previously. I don't know if that means anything.
Yes, it does make a difference. You lose 2 from each of your units, squads.
2 from each of my units?
Yes.
What the? Wait.
Like as we've been going, I feel like Bentham's like, oh no.
Bentham's
I
like,
don't
my
know,
entire
it's
squad
not
gets
good.
wiped out.
Line, please roll me 2d10.
That puts me at 7 in Padlock, 6 in Titans, 5 in Surge, and my corporal is still, so I technically only have 4 in
I got a
Surge.
16.
How are you guys keeping track of this? Where are you putting it? Other than I got a piece of paper, but
I have a Word document open.
I have a Word doc, or I have
I
a Google Drive doc that I use all the time for all my notes for this show. It is now, how many pages long is it? My notes are 15 pages long.
Is your baby in a sweater?
Oh yeah, he's getting a pumpkin sweater. He's a little pumpkin.
Where did you get that sweater? I need some.
On Amazon, but I don't know if they still have it. And this is an extra small, because he's tiny. Like, he's skinny.
Oh god.
Bethel,
I'm
roll me a
shopping.
D2, please.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm glad you rolled high, I guess, on the 2d10.
I'm not sure if 2.
I imagine that Foxhole would be they're your like cornerstone, right? Of your squad, of your platoon. They're the ones that because the description is Vanguard. Oh no, I guess they'd be So
they're the kind of advanced scouty, like get in somewhere, dig a hole and sit in it kind of thing. And
So Redoubt would probably.
yeah, Redoubt is the one which is like you sit in the center and you hold the line.
Okay, roll me one more.
They
D2,
fail to
please.
do that.
I just need one more D2.
Oh god.
Oh, okay.
2. Again.
So you lose 3 in Vanguard,
Okay.
5 in Redoubt,
Ah.
and 3 in Dugout.
Oh wow,
Okay.
that's pretty heavy.
And all of them are like unnamed dudes.
No. You also lose Corporal Godfrey for now wounded. And don't forget, you do have a missing Corporal 2IC.
Yeah, missing Corporal Austin and
who-
his plasma gun.
Who was indeed KIA.
That's the point. When he got blown up by a lasgun charge pack, did the plasma gun also get blown up?
No, he wouldn't have had it on him.
Okay, so I do still have a plasma gun.
You do
knocking
still have the
about.
plasma gun, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Anyone want one? Anyone particularly inclined to try a plasma gun?
Don't give it to us. We're just
Sure.
gonna blow ourselves up.
Give it to me.
There's a chance.
Give me the gun.
There's a chance of explosion. I should warn you. There is
Give me
a
the
chance
gun.
every time.
Well, the what the plasma gun does when it jams is it overheats and discharges plasma. So if you're in I don't know, an enclosed metal area, then it could be interesting.
Yeah, don't use that in close quarters. I have had bad things happen on a spaceship. It was not good.
Not me. Use it whenever.
Do you want it? It's risky.
Yeah, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
I mean, I might use it. I
then
could
use it.
apply it to another one of my people.
Then keep it and apply it to one of your people.
Okay. Now I've got to decide. I could give it to Sergeant Bargley, except he's nervous. I don't know if I want to give a powerful gun to someone who's nervous.
Yeah, that
Each
sounds like a
squad-
bad idea, sir.
Does each squad have 10 soldiers total or 10 troopers?
10 total, so including sergeant and corporal. So
I can't lose many more. I start to go into the people who have names.
for the next few days, you are faced with this. You take losses, but not as heavy as you might have expected. Your defensive area is good. It has been reinforced, and the engineering corps has turned up to help out with that. So you make your objectives, although you do have to at times fight kind of outside of the defensive line to keep the defensive line defended until it can be built up. What you eventually have here at Mordius Hill is a well built up set of trenches, with some like kind of defensive pieces like traps and mines and etc. kind of around, with the valley with the hill actually kind of dug down a little bit, made a bit deeper and a bit more precarious. So anyone going down into there is much more easily trapped, and happens a couple of times. The hill, the main hill, Mordius Hill, on which you're kind of situated, your main area, is dug into lots of tunnels, there's like a big underground kind of HQ area where you can like look at the map and like plan stuff out. It's very possible
Cool.
that the orders that you receive as you are doing this is to hold as well. So there's no more pushing gonna happen. Word comes down basically through the grapevine. You know, anyone who's
Graveline.
Graveline. Anyone who's like, when the logistics come through, especially, they tend to have news. The defensive line on Obscura Secundus has successfully been built. All of the defensive lines, Pacificus, Tempestus, and Obscurus. Sorry, you're on Obscurus. And Obscurus are all being hit by attacks. Pacificus and Obscurus specifically are being hit by these like mass waves of like mind-controlled humans or weird drones that are coming in. It's using up ammunition, but it's not as dangerous to the soldiery. So you're not taking as many casualties as you were taking, but obviously your ammunition is going down lower. Within a couple of days, you receive word from Major Briggs that she'll be swinging around again to give you new orders, and for you to set up the defensive line to the best of your ability, because you will be moving out, not your platoons. Your platoons will be stationed here.
Oh.
Okay.
All
Are we
right.
supposed to be expecting another attack though? Like we're getting the waves, and we were supposed to be expecting the waves and then like a solid attack
That's why I'm assuming we're leaving our troops here.
for the big attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
During your absence, Major Briggs will be occupying your HQ with some troops of her own, and basically overseeing the defenses in this area and etc. Major Briggs has actually been. Oh yeah. She'll be leading your troops.
The primer doesn't like this.
I mean, if she thinks she can.
Feel free to lodge an
Wrangle
official
the bow.
complaint to Major Briggs.
I mean, the logical complaint is as long as my people get off of this little hill surrounded by Tyranids in a valley.
Right, you're not surrounded in your valley anymore. Like, there have at times been moments when it's been like poured into, but it's effectively a death trap at this point with the engineers working on it. So
Lime's
You
men
couldn't-
might have trouble following orders from an iron break. They're distrustful of authority, so if they don't already know their commander, they're like, minus 20.
yeah,
There's also, can your 1-4 finish the tunnel to that hill so that my guys have a way out?
Yeah, I'll have like
take
could be
a
dugout squad's job. They just dig
Yeah.
mainly.
Or everyone has a crush on Major Briggs and just does everything that she wants because they're like, yes, ma'am. Yes,
I mean, they
ma'am,
have
I
a
will,
crush.
I will. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it.
See,
They have
here's
a
the
crush
thing though.
called Get Crushed.
That
Yeah, that is
the
fair.
12th.
have a
No.
have a crush or get crushed.
See, the 12th recognize her as an authority, but they don't have a crush on her
Because she's too tall. Yeah.
This thing. We're a little backwards.
You're crushing my shipping dreams, Vandy.
It's okay. I'm still obsessed with her. Vandy is still obsessed with her, so you know.
All right, so Vandy and Briggs, ship names, go.
Vand Briggs.
OMG Briggs.
OMG
Randy.
Briggs. Ah, love it. Brandy. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, Brandy.
The brig band.
So, before you are visited by Major, are there any like specific things you'd like to set up to leave as orders or anything like that? You will be moving to the Pacificus line, where you will be briefed by GP needs to remember who it is. No, you're not going to be briefed. You'll be briefed by Major Briggs, and then you're not going to be meeting up with anyone. You'll be under your own command.
Lime's orders to his men are to deploy the bloody man traps for once.
Deploy the man traps. Okay.
He's ordered deploying the man traps like 2 or 3 times. And they never get there. Like, if there's a moment where the front line doesn't have NIDs in it, put man traps down.
I mean, you did get the man traps out on the bank of the river at one time.
Oh yeah, we placed them and then we got transferred away before I got to see their effects.
Oh, I can tell you that they had some effect.
Yay!
Primer would simply tell Lime to get that tunnel dug so that there's a retreat or a fallback for his soldiers, and that he would tell his soldiers that don't be afraid to fall back strategically. This is meant to
Lancaster.
draw them in, not for you to die upon, is what he would say.
Lancaster would look around at the 12th and be like, all right, so you have a big one coming in. I know she's a little tall, but she knows best. So make sure when the authority gets transferred over, you're going to be listening to her, Major Briggs. She's very good at what she does. She has a bit of a reputation, and I'm sure you all know at this point, so there's no reason for you to go and do anything that she's not telling you to do. So, hold the line, make sure that if you're going to be taking out some of those walking, chanting ones, that you don't consume too much of your ammo. Make sure you're aiming well. Is that understood?
Aye, Lieutenant. And then
Right.
like, a hand goes up.
Yes.
Lieutenant, I heard that the Major went out with a full squad or something like that and then came back by herself. Is that likely to happen to us?
Probably not. So that was a case where she got ambushed. You are going to be staying here, as far as I'm aware. Although, if Major Briggs sees fit for it to change, then you follow her orders.
Aye, Lieutenant.
She's a very good fighter. Just make sure that you're fighting just as well.
Aye, Lieutenant.
Right. Also, maybe don't offer her the stir fry. I don't think she'd like it.
There's... Of course, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Wouldn't dream of it.
But it's the best thing that we've had.
that was the lucky log, wasn't it?
The lucky looks.
Oh,
is the
yeah,
best
that's
one,
true.
yeah. And for God's sake, don't drink the leaf.
And is there anything that Iron Briggs would like to? Well, anything Reckenbacker would like to leave the Iron Briggs with?
Yeah, I think Corporal Nolan, or Corporal Chaplain Nolan, brings over the thing, our reliquary, and we kind of do like a little speech. Not everyone's here because some people are elsewhere, but I think like the relay is on the comms is kind of relaying the speech to them. And Rickenbacker just says, "All right, troops, Major Briggs is coming, and I will be leaving you for the time being. We know what we need to do here. We must hold up our walls, defend all of the people here until we get our backup. When she says go out there and push, you go. If she says retreat, you retreat. Whatever it is, you know what to do. Have each other's backs. Keep the walls up. Defend our people. Vivere in ferro! And then everyone says, Indi ferro.
Indi ferro.
Yeah, exactly. Be the
there's
wall.
There's a nice kind of stamping of shields on the ground. Corporal Chaplain Nolan, like, you know, holds a quick prayer over the reliquary, and everyone is dismissed and goes back to their posts. And quite a few of them continue helping out the heavy lifting for the 1-4, which is what the Iron Bricks have been doing outside of combat, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've been helping move dirt around, I'm assuming. Or anything else. I think I assigned like a few troops to you because I was basically like, whatever you need them to do, let me know. They're on you.
It's great for the 1-4, just like just a handful of people for carrying heavy things dotted around.
Every
carry
now
my
and
books
then,
for me.
every now and then, as the 1-4 like digging trenches, like the ground and the dirt starts to shake a little bit, and just another Iron Brigade like stomps past, like.
Yes.
Their recaf mugs
It's
like
shaking.
with the recaf in it. Just do the thing where the Tyrannosaurus Rex is coming.
Yeah. I love it. We're not that
so-
heavy. Come on, man.
I mean,
We're not like in mech suits.
no, but the tendency of the Iron Brigade is to have chunky, thick, muscly, big
Oh, yeah.
soldiers.
Like the opposite of what Lancaster's people do. We breed more people who are taller and bigger.
Yeah, and I mean, like work, like even just the ones back at the 2 planets that
Yeah.
your people occupy, like all the working in the mines and excavation work and everything is just like from day one of birth, they basically come out with a little pick in hand, like start hitting rocks.
Oh yeah, they are
Going at
very
it.
handy for the 1-4. So if they need help digging, or they're used to hard labor, so it's the 1-4 probably likes working with us.
Oh yeah. So a few days go past, whereupon you receive a missive on the radio letting you know that Major Briggs is coming to touchdown in the LZ. This time you are warned that the Major's on the way.
Extra shining of the armor. No, I'm just kidding. They already do that enough.
They do. Would you like to be there to greet the Major, or have someone there to bring the Major to like HQ, where I imagine you guys spend a decent amount of time in the HQ when there's not an attack going on?
I'm gonna go meet her because I met her last time. So
Yeah.
I mean,
go
if
meet her
my
again.
men are still stranded on that hill, I'm not gonna be there. Sorry.
Well, no, you're not stranded on the hill. You have the rope system which can get you out there, and the tunnel is getting further built.
I'll meet
think,
I'll meet in the HQ.
You know what? Let's get a roll here to see how that tunnel's getting along. So Lime,
Mm-hmm.
it'll pretty much be down to your.
Does Lime get
organizational
assistance
skills and-
from me?
This will be. I mean, how much knowledge does Rickenbacker have of terrain and tunnel building, tunnel digging, and
Oh, I don't know.
etc.?
Probably not tunnel digging, but like cavern
Yeah.
mining.
Armor
Okay.
has about terrain, jungle terrain.
I do have survive. No, I don't have survival stuff. Never mind.
So
Maybe I don't help.
Lime, give me a command
Surface.
roll and a survival roll on your sheet, and give me a generic roll on athletics with a +20 because the Iron Brigade are helping out.
Okay. Command. Survival.
Oof.
look here.
Generic
Survival was good.
trooper,
Command is not terrible.
athletics.
Minus 1.1 for command, 2.3 for survival, and minus 1.3 for athletics.
Would you like to reroll any of those?
I think I'll stick with those. The survival was good at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's going to take a bit of time. Also, you find it quite difficult to command the Iron Brigade. Giving them orders and, they're professional soldiers, but they also are resistant to
Recaf.
outsiders. Yeah, usually the promise of recaf is enough to get your orders carried out, but not so much with the Briggs.
It's like I'm just like, can you move this wheelbarrow of dirt? It's like, I don't move wheelbarrows of dirt. I fight nids. I'm like, yeah, but there are no nids here right now, and there is a wheelbarrow full of dirt here.
So
It's probably a lot of that.
so slows it down slightly. But soon the tunnel will be complete, and you'll be able to traverse from the top of the valley hill underground to the main regular hill.
Yay.
So anyone who wishes can be there when Major Briggs touches down. The Valkyrie transport comes in. She steps out with a small number of people, looks to be like her command HQ. Like looks around. Who was there? I know Lancaster was going to be there.
I would have been there, yeah.
I'll probably be at the command post. I'll just wait for that. Their arrival.
Primer would be there. I imagine he's probably having discussion with Lime, like, why isn't this tunnel done yet?
The tunnels take time. It's a lot of digging, and you've got to ventilate it. You got to get the dirt out. There's a lot of logistics involved in a tunnel.
Well, I understand that, but ropes can only hold so many soldiers at a time. Trying to get out of there quickly, we need that tunnel.
I've got everyone I can spare working on it. We lost a lot against those bloomin' people, not people, whatever they were.
Abominations,
coming.
that's what they are.
The help they're coming people. Those, yeah.
Children of the Nids.
So once Major Briggs steps off, walks up to the welcome crew of Lancaster and
Baboil.
and Baboil, and does the side of the Aquila.
Major, welcome again.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
I hope your travel was well, and shall we make our way to the HQ?
Yes, let's make this official.
All right. So we're working. I think there's a tunnel being worked on, and there's been quite a few. Well, mostly from the 1-4, some casualties from those hordes of mind-controlled folks from the NIDS.
Casualties are to be expected. You have performed adequately.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope we will be able to perform even better than adequately in the future. So, well, off we go.
Yeah.
It's so awkward. I'm just like, I don't know how to talk to this woman, God.
So you head to the you head to the HQ under the hill, and the rest of you are there, kind of poring over some strategy maps, battle maps, etc., talking about tunnels, and Lancaster walks in, followed by Major Briggs, who bends a little bit to move under the strut of the door frame. Greetings again, lieutenants.
Primer would give the sign of the killer.
Yeah, same. I think we all did in like
Yeah.
I didn't feel like doing it, but
It is good to see you have held out so well.
Oh, as best as we can, I believe.
I'm just-
What are we looking at?
Well, the 1-4 are working handily to get this tunnel done, but worried for my men on top of that hill in that valley. Without me there, I definitely don't want them getting stranded. So hopefully that'll get completed.
1-4's taken some losses, but we're holding together.
The Iron Bricks are helping.
Oh, aye. So's the 12th.
Well, if the tunnel is not being dug quick enough, to my satisfaction, I will have a talk with the tunnelers, if needed. A good way to speed up work is to beat someone with their own arm. I find
That
would-
it is.
Say, as an expert on tunneling, that sometimes quality of work is more important than speed. You don't want the tunnel to collapse on you as you're escaping through it.
Agreed. But if time is of the essence.
They're doing their best.
Oh.
I trust in the
Slightly
1-4.
concerned for the future of his troops.
Primer would simply say, I trust in the 1-4's ability. I've been in their trenches. I've been in their bunkers. It's just a matter
Got it.
of... It's a matter of manpower seems to be limited at the current moment.
I can confirm the 1-4's trenches and other dug things have been adequate for soldiers of all sizes.
I do agree in general. However, let us not forget why we are building this defensive line. The first one constructed failed, and we were pushed back. So, I will make sure that it does not happen again. Incidentally,
The first line didn't have my men building it.
Or
it
my
had
men
1-4
here.
building.
You're all
However-
so sassy. I like it. Rickenbacker's just like,
I'm-
you know.
I'm
Nodding
slightly
and
worried
listening.
because I realized
shaking her
Sergeant Bargley's currently in charge of digging that tunnel because that's the squad I put on it, and I'm just imagining like a nervous 1-4 dude with like all jittery trying to talk to Major Briggs and not lose his arm.
I feel like there's someone else you should worry about more.
Oh yeah, no, my like
Sergeant Scriven's gonna be
yeah,
interesting.
Scriven and Briggs reacting is gonna be a thing. Gonna be a thing. Yep.
It's the Eldar, Major. They're all around. I can feel it under my skin.
Gonna get killed.
Possibly.
Oh man.
My HQ at least coming with me where I'm going, or are they staying here?
They are staying here.
No!
Mr. Boyle.
Oh dear.
But I have some good news for you all. Well, yes, it is good news. After some failures on the line, there are some captain positions open for you if you prove yourself in this upcoming mission. You may find yourself promoted again with your own company.
Wow.
We
That's a
will
lot of responsibility.
Serve where it's needed.
we will always prove ourselves. It is what we were born to do. Or die trying.
Primer kind of like looks away slightly and then goes back and he's like,
Well, I should give you your mission.
Oh, yes, please.
All four of you, collectively, are to coordinate an assault on the township and environs of Echo 8. You will be leading 2 companies of Iron Brigade and 6 companies of Kylie and Ninth.
Oh. So, none of our own, well, except for Rickenbacker, of course. We won't be having any of the 1-4, the 12th, or the 21st?
No. Do you not believe you can lead troops different to what you're used to?
Oh, no, I certainly can. I do believe. I was just curious.
My guess is that this is not the type of thing for those types of troops. Perhaps we are going into more hand-to-hand combat.
This is hunt and kill. You will be... Well, you will decide your own tactics, you will decide how to execute the operation, but with the 9th in abundance for you, you will have access to multiple Taurus assault vehicles. So it will be fast, it will be quick, and you will be needing to hunt down the enemy and kill them. Your only standing orders are to keep going until you notice superior use of tactics, at which point you may take it upon yourselves to either attempt to hunt down the possible commander in the area of the enemy forces, or you are to retreat if the danger is too great.
All right.
What are these enemies like that we are going to be encountering, and are there any ways to identify who are the commanders?
We don't know what the enemy commander looks like yet. We have some intelligence sent from off-world, which indicates that they have specific units, specific beings that coordinate more complicated tactics. Otherwise, the enemy tends to default to waves of charging, maybe a basic ambush, but you will notice when the tactics start to change. It will be down to you whether you want to keep the operation going or not. As for enemy forces, we expect a large portion of Hormiguns and Barvors, some Tomagants and Gene Stealers, with the larger warriors being a minimal but important presence.
Smash and destroy, then, is really what it's come down to.
Hit and run tactics, encircle and destroy, whatever you find works effectively.
Do what the carrions are for.
Pretty much. Unfortunately, our lack of officers means that we have to use who we can where we can. It is why I will be here, leading the defenses. I believe, oh god, I can't remember his name. What's the name of the Karian Ninth who you guys were under for a little while?
Oh, Gravid?
Gravid, thank you.
Yeah.
I believe Major Gravid has just got back from a similar sort.
Captain Gravid.
He is now Major, being
Dang.
promoted.
Oh, glad to hear he got promoted.
Instantly, and just kind of out of character, better stuff. One of the rear guard has been promoted above you guys.
What? Who?
That would be Captain Augustus Steele of the Special
Ah,
Ah.
I remember
Forces.
Augustus
He was
Steele.
the one. He was the one.
Oh.
Again, meta knowledge, but he was the one who led the Special Forces attack on the governor.
Yep.
Wow.
We thought we were getting fast
Okay.
promotions, but if you really want to go fast, you've got to kill the boss's enemies.
Congratulations. are in order.
Technically speaking, he has the lieutenant rank, but he's going to be promoted. He's like in abeyance to be promoted to captain.
Unreal.
Congratulations, sir.
You've surpassed the players. That's an achievement.
It's nothing to do with me. The lieutenant colonel did that.
Well, that's good shit. That's good. That's well done. I'm a little jealous. But goddamn, impressive.
Wait, you have a chance to prove yourselves in this mission.
Yep.
If you want to question any more, like any more questions for the major, but the briefing part of this is pretty much over. You know what you have to do.
I did ask like what kind of enemies we're fighting, and she didn't answer that part yet. She just said
No,
she
she
said
Yeah.
biovores and hormigants in large numbers, termagants and gene sealers in small numbers, and maybe warriors.
okay.
Battering of warriors. Yeah.
Are there any names?
I'm worried
in,
about the biovores in abundance. That's the bit that concerns
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Well, it's in abundance, like proportionally. So it won't be like 10,000 biovores, just like, but like it's more than you would expect for the force.
I suppose I should ask then. Do we have a general estimate of how many Tyranids we should be expecting to encounter? Just a rough estimate.
Give me a second while I look at the recon's rolls. Oh, not terrible. Okay. We estimate total numbers to be around 15 to 20,000, including the
Sizable
human
number.
forces that are assaulting, which you are not ordered to ignore, but you are advised to ignore. They are slow and they are ineffective. They mostly use up the ammunition. We are hoping to do damage to the main force.
Right. And of the Kyrians and the Iron Brigs going in, are there any staff sergeants or other members who have been commanding that we're going to be encountering? We should.
No one
Any names we
specific.
should know?
No.
All right.
They have their own sergeants and their own command units, but you will be. It depends how you would like to lead it. If you want, you can lead with the attacking forces, or however you like. The orders as given and the suggestion is to advance with the Iron Brigade companies as your core, using the Kyrian companies as like the limbs, where you use them to strike out and then bring them back. But
Right.
it is up to you.
All right. And the Kyrians, they're there. But do we also have any access to heavy weaponry, artillery, anything else that we
You'll
should
have
be aware of?
support of bombers. If you find anything of note, you can call in some bombers. Artillery is possible if you would like it, but it is unadvisable, seeing as you will be moving all over the place. It will be
Right.
hard to
More if we find
accurately.
some group, one specific, very large group that.
Or if we do find the command of this, artillery may be useful in that circumstance.
You also, the Iron Brigade, have been allocated a large proportion of our chimeras to transport and to keep them mobile, as we are not the fastest.
No, we are not.
Hard to move a wall.
Speaking of moving, what kind of terrain are we going to be on? What are our surrounding areas?
There's a small corridor of cleared jungle heading to Echo 8. Then you have Echo 8 is partially destroyed, rubble and partial housing, and then in the surrounds the jungles.
So they have cover
They do.
All right then.
All right.
Sounds like a hunt for the hard hides.
Well,
Never hunted as much on the shore, but this might be fun.
unless you have any more questions, I will go and take over your command for now. Please feel free to your transport Valkyrie leaves in 30 minutes. So please feel free to strategize here before you head out.
I have one question.
Hmm.
This one's a little bit more personal, though, if you don't mind. What'd they hook you up with that left you so clean, unscarred?
Oh,
You know, I've lost a leg, got some iron here and an iron eye.
Nice.
Curious what kind of enhancements they gave you that kept you from, or healed your wounds from such a combat with a warrior yourself.
None. I've never been even scratched in battle.
I thought I told you this. Her reputation. But, no matter.
Rickenbacker just smiles.
One more thing, Major. I'm not sure about the intel they gave you, but when I voxed in to well, I suppose was it the HQ? The people?
Yeah.
Not the HQ, like the main HQ, I guess.
Yeah.
I received intel that we are supposed to be receiving another wave or two of those walking things. We really need a name for them to more accurately describe them, and then a real attack afterwards. So we are prepared for that, but if your intel is different, then by all means, you have control.
I appreciate the warning. I will plan accordingly.
Wonderful. Right. If you'll excuse me, I need to pack my things. And, Major? I'm gonna dip out and go put my things away and make sure the 12th know to hide, like, any contraband.
Yeah.
Everything. Like...
Okay. Roll me... Let's just go for a 1. In your generics, it would be... I think it would be stealth, but I'll just see if there's anything more appropriate. No, I think
Deceive?
it's stealth, yeah.
Survival, maybe? Like, you know, hiding things and
Sleight of
it would
hand,
be
no.
it would be survival. I'd say stealth or deceive. I'd accept either one. I think they're the same roll ish.
Can I roll a scrutiny?
Yeah, I'm
roll
gonna-
based
I'm
on
gonna
this
do
unscarred
deceive.
lady?
Can you roll a scrutiny?
Yeah.
Sure.
minus 2.7 for deceive.
Okay. You can re-roll that if you like.
No.
Okay.
Andy.
A 56, a minus 2.1 on scrutiny.
Yeah, Major Briggs is pretty inscrutable, to be honest.
It's just really weird that she would have lost all of her command in a battle and she comes out unscarred, and it's just weird.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel you.
Either that much of a badass or there's something sneaky going on.
That's why Primer asked about, like, he fully expected, like, some sort of Medicae cybernetic thing that he didn't know about, and so when that came up, it was just like, that's unusual.
Hey, but didn't I roll a crit last time on finding out, like, more about her backstory? And,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, you found out more about
Yeah.
her backstory. That doesn't mean the backstory isn't filled with lies.
Well, it's also it's not her backstory. It's the talk of the soldiers.
It's the rumors.
Yeah.
Well,
oh,
the stories about her. So. You know.
And Rickenbacker has heard a lot of stories about her too. And Rickenbacker has been smiling a lot, which is unlike Rickenbacker.
Oh.
But she's
That's
quiet.
a ship.
Yeah.
We're shipping it. We're shipping it.
Sounds like we're shipping out as well.
Yeah,
No,
that's-
so we're not.
We're shipping it and we're shipping out.
Rickenbacker will pick up all our things. It's not very many things. Probably pop over to Corporal Chaplain Nolan, do a prayer with him for their troops, and then head out. Probably touch the reliquary, for good luck.
Primer would probably go back to the hill and speak to his main man.
Is that Bulwark?
Bulwark,
No,
yeah.
It's, where's the... So many goon stuff. Oh, sorry, it is Bulwark. You're right.
It's Bulwark. Staff Sergeant Bulwark. And he'll simply say, tunnel's moving along, but it's not done yet, as you can obviously tell. Sounds like I'm going to be shipping out on an offensive with the Kyrian and Iron Brigade moving forward on a different area. Briggs is here in charge. You know how we operate. Obviously take command, but also don't be afraid. And don't worry about falling back if necessary. You're worth more than one Ned.
Well, I'm not in the habit of falling back, Lieutenant, you know that, but I will take that as an order.
Yes, sir. I'll be seeing you when I get back.
I'll be here.
I'll give the Aquila and actually hand him an extra grenade.
Okay. He takes it silently, returns the Aquila, but he's got like the grenades like in between his thumbs of the Aquila.
The Grenadier Aquila.
Yeah, so it's like it's the Aquila with like a grenade on top.
That's really cute.
And
incidentally, Corporal Chaplain Nolan, when you go to visit him, he kind of gives you a parting prayer for going into battle, and at the end he kind of like holds his hand out for like a kind of clasped handshake.
Yeah.
And says "Facti Fero," which means "become steel."
D and Ferro.
Emperor's blessing go with you.
And also with you.
And he heads back out to the line.
Lime.
Go ahead.
If you're not done.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Lime will at some point talk to Major Briggs before he leaves.
Okay.
Say, Major Briggs, my staff sergeant is Staff Sergeant Scriven. You can speak to him about the units and so on. Just a heads up. He at some point in the past had a bad run-in with some Eldar, and occasionally he talks about it. Pay it no mind. He's a good staff sergeant. He'll get the job done. Just he'll might talk a little bit about Eldar as he goes about it. It's fine.
Noted, Lieutenant. We all have scars somewhere.
And then also, Lime will go to Scriven.
Yeah.
Like, Staff Sergeant, well, I'm going to be heading off shortly. Your new
All right
commander.
there, Lieutenant.
Good. Yep. Things are looking good.
Oh, I don't
Your
know
commander?
about that, Lieutenant. I've seen Eldar walking around in human skin suits. I've seen them creeping ever so slowly.
Well, we're dealing with the human-looking things that are approaching the line, as long as we don't let
The
them
Eldar,
cross. And we.
Lieutenant. This is what they are, even if you can't see it. You know that they're there.
Well, either way, for the moment, Major Briggs will be your commander. There may be other officers as well. She has brought some of her retinue. Just while Major Briggs is in command, probably best not to talk about Eldar too much.
But, Lieutenant, you know they're there, and I can't be derelict of duty as to not give all the information to my commanding officer.
Well, at the end of the day, the enemy's the enemy, and you're shooting them either way. So, you know, the important thing is just commanding the troops and holding anything that tries to cross over our lines at bay.
I will do my duty, Lieutenant, as I always have. Just you be careful. Where you going, there be spiders.
I have heard there's spiders in the jungle, so I suppose that's true.
Oh no, Lieutenant, not them. The warp spiders are everywhere. They teleport.
Okay,
They sneak up on a man, pop in behind him, and tear him apart with little spindly fire.
Shovel legs.
I'll keep an eye out. I can always watch something popping up behind me. That's why the mugs are reflective.
It's a good technique. I must pick that up myself.
His
eyes twitching a little bit.
Lime just is like, well, fine. I guess I'll just be staring at a mug the whole time. That'll at least distract him from talking about Eldar. Well, carry on, command the men, and good luck.
And you, sir, keep a weather eye out for the Eldar.
Yes, I will.
Aren't you glad you said goodbye to him?
Give him the Aquila head on my way. As I'm walking away, I'm like, there's like a 50-50 he's been executed by the time I'm back.
My God.
I've done everything I can. There's no more to be. Oh yeah, one last thing I say to him is like, oh yeah, maybe get a Vanguard squad on that tunnel just to make sure it gets dug before anyone gets a little bit too annoyed about how long it's taking.
That's a good idea, sir. I've been
Trooper
wondering
Smith
whether one
will
of
do
them,
good work on it.
I've been wondering whether one of them in that there squad is maybe not what they seem. I'll keep an eye on them, don't worry.
I've kept a good eye on the men, and I think they can all be trusted to do their work and do it well. I know Sergeant Barkley's a nervous one, but I trust him to get the job done either way. Gonna guess that it's Sergeant Barkley that he's been like, he's looking shifty.
Before we take off, I'm also just gonna stop Staff Sergeant Boyle, and just be like, "All right, Boyle, I'm taking off.
All right, Lieutenant.
All right, you're in charge. Well, ish. You report to Major Briggs. Making sure you help her out with the 12th. I know they can get a little unruly. Maybe a little different than what she used to with the Iron Briggs, but she's a great commander, so just follow her lead.
Aye, Lieutenant.
And make sure the rest of them don't get into trouble. And stay alive.
Will do. I mean, you know, they're rapscallions, but they've got hearts of gold.
Aye, they probably stole that gold though. Never know.
I wouldn't deign to comment on that.
And as always, I'm sure you know this already through the grapevine, but if you need anything, Sergeant Freely is not to be abused in what he can get. You understand that?
Of course, Lieutenant.
All right. Do the sign of the Aquila.
Go back.
May I see you next on the shore. or back here if we get back here. See you again. Yeah.
I saw her.
And turn around and go over to the Valkyrie.
Okay. Is there anything anyone else would like to do, procure before we?
You can tell we love our troopers, and we're afraid of what is to come. Sheepy, we're afraid of what you're gonna do to them.
What I've decided is gonna happen while I'm gone is that on my orders, Trooper Smith with his 2 shovels is gonna enter the tunnel to help with the digging. Bargley's gonna panic and shoot him, thinking it's a lictor, and then Scriven's gonna shoot Bargley because he thinks that Bargley is an Eldar, and then Briggs is gonna shoot Scriven for being an idiot and raving about Eldar.
And then you can get some proper NCOs in. It's a little purge.
I was gonna say Primer's gonna go to the other 2 staff sergeants and their platoons and basically do the exact same thing he did with Bulwark, giving them each a spare grenade.
Okay.
It's just a sign of respect.
Yeah. There are 3 other staff sergeants, just FYI. Are you going to all 3?
No, I'm not going to the heavy units. It's
Oh, you mean your sergeants?
Yeah, my sergeants.
Okay, yeah.
So that'll put me down to.
Roll me a D2, please.
One.
Double time doesn't get any grenades.
Okay.
He was either gonna get 2 grenades or none. Because it's double time.
I was taking him off my personal character sheet to give him stuff.
Well, like you would have lost 1, but he'd have gotten 2 somehow. You know, it's just how double time works.
So he doesn't get any.
No.
Damn.
Either that, or he like loses it or drops it or something. You know.
All right. I don't want to lose my staff sergeants. I like them. I like my sergeants. I like my platoons.
I mean, you know, you're just going off to do an assault in a different place. What's the likelihood that there's going to be a mass attack and everyone's going to die? Pretty low, right?
There literally is one. We know. We've seen it coming.
But you know, the Tyranids over at the Pacificus line probably thinking the same thing. You know, they're like, oh, I don't want to lose Jeremy. He's really nice.
Oh, Jeremy the Tyranid. Someone fan
Jeremy
art
the
that.
Gene Stealer.
Oh, Jeremy the Gene Stealer.
Wow.
I like that better.
Oh, now we got rid of Victor the Lictor. Now we got Jeremy the Gene Stealer.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
They're bros.
It's just a Gene Stealer with that like anime blush and the like eyes, and then just a rose in his hands. Like, oh.
Does that mean Wade is a warrior? Tyranid warrior. Wade the warrior.
Wade the warrior. Because he wades through the enemy troops. There you go.
I hate it here.
I love it.
You can listen. You can't just give us like a troop full of, or a platoon like just full of people, named and everything, with personalities, and then say, you're dipping out. Like they might all die. Like
You never lived on a farm, did you, Vandy?
The what?
I said you never lived on a farm, did you, Vandy?
No. I am a suburban.
I'm a
and
country
city gal.
bumpkin. We named lots of animals and we ate them.
To be fair, I feel like I'd be okay with that. Like, you know,
It's horrifying though. Like it's
circle
a
of life, right?
yeah, but as a kid, you're like you get really attached to your pet goose, you know.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I get attached to a fucking piece of Lego that I think is super cool. So, you know,
And I mean, you say I can't do it. I feel like I did. So
You did, and
yeah.
and I dislike you slightly for it. I'm sorry.
Is everyone okay?
I feel like I'm going off to, my kids are going off to college, and like.
I mean, welcome to being a commander in war.
My babies. I never even got to use freely.
You haven't used freely yet, but you know, if you come back and they're all still alive, then
Don't take them away from me.
it's war. Like you guys may die, they may die. You know, you don't know.
Don't take them away from me, Sheepy, okay?
Well, what if I take you away from them? If you suddenly die, they're all going to be sad. We'll have a funeral scene. They'll all be crying. It's going to be raining.
They'll eat my legs. I mean,
Homer the Hormigod. Yes.
Homer the Hormigan.
Yeah.
Homer the Hormigan.
Someone posted a
I was
picture
gonna
of
say
Bob the
Howard
Biovore,
or-
which I've posted in our Discord.
Bob the Biovore. Oh, Bob the Biovore. I love that their names are just generic. I'm into
Oh my
it.
God.
Oh,
I was gonna say
that's
Billy the
cute.
Biovore.
Wade
but
isn't generic.
Wade is. It's not
Bob
as
the
generic.
Biovore is adorable.
Can he fucking nuke it?
Yeah, he just he
Yes,
fires
goddamn, he can.
he fires anime happy squids at people. It's fine.
That's so cute.
Can
It's
Bob
so
the Biovore
cute.
can Bob the Biovore be one of the one that didn't blow up from the one that blew itself up?
Gary the Gargoyle.
My
Oh,
God.
Carl the Carnival. Oh, I love these.
Uh-oh.
I'm into them.
Why
This
why would you invoke that name, the card effects? Jeez. Don't worry, there's gonna be no.
Don't say it. Don't. If we say it 3 times, we'll get one. Don't say it.
Zany the Xanthrope.
Gosh.
Zoanthrope, yeah. So.
Oh my gosh, they're really great. I love them.
Oh yeah, and there's 606 Builder. There you go.
Oh.
Jesus.
we had some.
Let's
Get out of
That's,
here
uh,
before I
I
get
can't
too
get over-
emotionally.
I can't
That's
get
a
over Bob the
grenadier
Biovore
that
though.
like should have
So
been a
cute.
1/4.
Well, yeah. When they came into the rear guard, they were like, "I want to be Bob the Builder," and I was like, "Well, you could be a 21st Grenadiers because they have a nickname and a number designation. You could be 606 Builder, as like the nickname and designation numbers. So Bob the
Yeah.
Builder.
The other regiments need their builders. It's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bob the
Um,
Biovore image is so cute. It's really cute. The little squids coming out of the cannon is so cute.
Oh, apparently there's a whole album of cutenids.
Really?
Mm.
Send them. I need them in my life. Send them.
It just got posted in chat. Hang on,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
copy the
I'll
link.
click on it. But yes, it needs to be in our chat so that I can find it in the future. Oh, they're so cute. Good.
Oh, it's a basket of gene stealers.
So
Silly, and I love it.
Oh,
boy.
they're so cute.
This is so awful. We're gonna get way too. They're like, oh my god, they're so cute, and then it's like we could just get completely murdered.
Yep, they're gonna eat our face.
Yeah.
Ooh woo! I'd love to eat your face.
Sorry, I watched Venom last night and he eats a lot of heads, so.
does.
Hmm.
I actually really like that movie.
See, I thought the
thought it was
movie
bad.
was good, but they really did some of the effects for making Venom do things were really like cheaply looking. Like when he walks over to the neighbor, that looks like a Snapchat filter.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's just a very enjoyable. Like I had fun watching it. It was a good movie. It was just fun. Anyway, that's
Yes.
after show stuff.
So, Bentham,
we're
write it
going-
down. Venom the
Damn it.
film discussion. With everything done and your classes of school children spoken to and left under the headmaster's
School
guidance, you head to the LZ where you're picked up by a Valkyrie transport, which does a quick trip over to Outpost Marius, which is just behind the Pacificus line. As you land and you are disembarked, you see like a lot of chimeras and a lot of a lot of Taurus assault vehicles being like moved around, and there's a lot of activity and stuff. You now effectively kind of walk in, become the HQ. The four of you as lieutenants become the HQ for a mass assault on the area of Echo 8. So you have at your disposal 2 companies of Iron Briggs and 6 companies of Kyrians, which, just to give you an idea of your numbers, you have 1,575 Iron Briggs and 2,600 Kyrians at your disposal.
That's a lot of people.
Yep.
We're going up in the world.
This is a pretty big push, and
How much
I
was
feel
the number
like
again? It was like 2.
give me a sec. So the Kyrians are 2,600 in number. Generally, I think there's 2 to a Taurus assault vehicle. So there's like 1,200 assault vehicles. Some of them are recon though, so that's rough numbers. And then 1,575 Iron Briggs, which means about 150-ish Chimeras.
1,000 how many?
575.
75 Iron Briggs. Yes, I feel like there is a commander somewhere who really wanted an effective push and to destroy a lot of the enemy, and was like, I need people who are useful to do this. So he was like, these people will do it, because... So, we'll fast...
Two platoons of the Iron Brigades, and I got the number.
Companies.
Yeah.
Of the Iron
2
Brigades.
companies, sorry, and then and 6 of the Kyrians.
Yep.
6 of the Kyrians.
Gotcha. Okay.
We'll skip forward a little bit, like maybe a whole day. You know, like you get there kind of around noonish, and then spend the day like planning and stuff. You'll be ready to start the assault as things are getting organized. Wait, give me a second. I need to look at rear guard rolls again, because there are a few important
Are we gonna have a
things.
map for this, or theater of the mind?
This is on a much larger scale. I could give you the little snippet of the map that you'll be operating on if you like.
Sure. Viewers might like seeing that.
Yeah, I'll grab that while. So yeah, let me just look at the rear guard quickly, because there's a couple of important core here.
Hopefully you did some good uns.
Okay, that's not too bad. How did the armor do? That's fine. Okay, good.
Oh.
Ballistic skull not amazing, but support operations and operate surface, basically like the general operational effectiveness of the armor, is good. So they will be ready probably the next day, depending how much you want to prep and when you want to start the assault. Once you land, once you've kind of taken a little tent area for an HQ, you kind of get the map out and feel free to start strategizing and deciding who wants to do what where and how you will be operational. You will all have Vox operators, not named or anything. All of the sergeants and etc. will be generic for the sake of Cheapy not having to make more characters for you to grow attached to and then die. Not that I don't enjoy that, but
Hormagaunts are the melee ones, right?
Hormagaunts and melee, yes.
So are Gene Stealers.
There's some
Gene Stealer's a slightly stronger melee.
having so many Kyrians to hand with their high mobility. If our enemy is going to be mainly melee based, there's a lot we can do with that. If they all just stay close to their vehicles, if ever they get charged, they can move away, fire and move, and just keep out of trouble.
Should we get a gist of what the recon is currently? Maybe we need to do a little more. I can perhaps help lead some kind of recon so we can get a lay of the land a little better. see where their weak spots are.
I'd like to see if they're clumped up in groups of like creatures.
Right?
If there's pockets of melee based and different pockets of range, then we can deal with the melee by dancing around them with the Kyrians, and then deal with the ranged by charging them with the Iron Bricks.
I like this strategy. I mean,
So there's a little bit of map for you in the bottom right, the area you're going to be operating in. So I unfortunately couldn't dot out the defensive companies, but you can see the ones kind of just off the defensive line. The Iron Brigs with the higher numbers, the 850 and the 725, and then all the Kyrians, the ghosts. I've also dropped in the Taurus assault vehicle for you and the Chimera armored transport, just in case we need it, which we'll see.
Primer would speak up and say, perhaps we can use the ninth with their vehicles to swarm them into smaller hordes that the Iron Brigs can form up and slaughter. Like
herding
cattle
them
for...
like cattle.
Yeah.
I like it.
Herd them into an unfavorable position.
Correct. Cut them off from their larger numbers and sort them into smaller groups, allowing us to essentially make them fodder for fire.
I like that idea. Like you send a kind of a spearhead of vehicles towards a cluster. You could maybe split it in two and then hold them separately.
Yep. And also push them towards where we have a stronger encampment where we're prepared for it. Force their hand as opposed to just waiting. Something we haven't been able to do.
We could position the Iron Brigs in the cleared areas and then herd the separated groups out of the jungle into the open.
It's how we did it with the Hardhides.
Rickenbacker grins at this. She likes it.
So the basic layout of terrain in a bit more detail. You have the trench defensive line, which is light. It's not as good as the Pacificus line. The Tempestus line. It is mostly trench work with some bunkers. It currently is holding out against, again, just waves of these human thralls or whatever they are. But you can effectively like push out at one or multiple points on the trench line and push through the kind of like human waves that are coming kind of into deeper enemy territory. You've got like jungle on the left and right of this like fairly wide cleared land area with a few kind of like proper roads and stuff that lead up to Echo 8. Echo 8 has a lot of like, especially on your side of Echo 8, a lot of destroyed buildings which have been hit with artillery and things like that. So there's a lot of rubble starting off, and then there's a bit more like cleared area with buildings towards the back of it. And then that whole area has cleared land, and then all around that is like jungle, but not like dense jungle. And then just off to the left of that, you have the dense jungle of Dead Taos, and to right of that you have the flooded jungle, the flooded dense jungle of Jafusco.
Right.
So yeah, it depends where you want to engage with them, where you want to like if you want to draw them somewhere, you know, like how effective you are at drawing them.
Yeah, I think that's partial the goal, right? We're gonna scout, I guess, and then figure out where they are, if they're in clumps of different types of creatures or whatever, and then some of the Iron Brigs will rally, and then we'll kind of like herd them into us, and we'll blow them up.
So would you,
I almost imagine us going and doing like a circle, kind of like seeing what's around and kind of like bringing like almost like scales on on a dragon or something, or a snake, and you kind of just like go from the outside and try to draw them back in.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
and
It's like shaving them off piece by piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't view it in the same way as like scales, but I view it as the same way of like you circle them in and then you pull that group towards the Iron Brigs, and then you
Oh.
keep doing the same
yeah,
thing.
like you'd kind of
to-
round them up, and then hopefully they're all in the middle here, and then you kind of take them out.
To make sure I've got the kind of tactic down, you want like the chimeras and the Iron Brigs doing like a kind of like mobile HQ move forward,
Mhm.
while the Kyrians like strike into the enemy territory and then
And pull 'em back.
to the
Yeah,
HQ.
exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Little
correct.
bits at a time.
Basically pulling them into the Iron Brigs so the Iron Brig wall can take it and slice them up.
Okay.
The ideal situation is if you can manage to herd the Nids so that they, like, rush out into the open and then get caught between the anvil of an Iron Brig wall and the hammer of Kyrians in jeeps.
Yeah.
Correct.
Exactly.
So it's like you have one trooper come in and pull them in, so it's seemingly outnumbered, so it draws their attention. They fall back, and the chimeras come into a flanking position while they hit the wall of the Iron Brigs.
It's an iron Tyrian sandwich.
It's
So
not visible because it's green, but
Sandwich.
could everyone roll me a common law war and Tactica Imperialis? I will see what insights I can help and add to
No
these
modifiers?
I
strategies.
can pick with this one.
You can do both because they're slightly different.
No
I
modifiers.
got 1
4.2
degree of
on the
success.
No.
Whoa, Maggie.
And
That was
tech
also
Nice.
a crit success.
Yeah.
Well, I got
Minus
more.
2.3
2.6
on
on
Tactica.
war, minus 1.7 on Tactica.
I got 3.6 on war, minus 0.7 on Tactica.
War is definitely my better thing anyway.
We're nailing it on the war rolls, but no one got a successful Tactica Imperialis.
Because we're not very intelligent. Well, other than Andy's. Lancaster's probably the smartest of us all. Well,
I
got a
think-
41
Mine's-
in
mine's
intelligence.
pretty
actually, Len
smart.
might be.
I
Len
just-
might, yeah.
Yeah, I just rolled really bad.
I have a
You go to
41 in
re-roll, you do have
intelligence,
two
so-
fates, remember?
What's your int?
yeah.
Climb.
Mine?
The 40.
Mine's 45.
Oh, yeah, you
Oh,
both
well,
are
then
really
I'm definitely
high.
not the smartest.
Yeah, you both are really high though. You're both in the 40s.
Yeah, we're close to the midpoint. I'll spend a reroll on my Tactica Imperialis to see if we can get one
Primer
successful one
Rickenbacker,
out of
not
it.
so much.
I doubt the second half of this, where the actual battle starts, will need many rerolls.
You shush you. I did even worse, minus
Oh,
2.9.
no, and you have to
Oh.
take it. You have to take the second roll. That's how the rolls
Vandy.
work.
Vandy, you didn't roll Tactical Imperialis. Do you not have it?
I don't have it.
Yeah,
I
some
only
people-
I have Common Lore Imperial Guard and Common Lore War. I don't have Common Lore Tactica
It's-
Imperialis.
It's actually Scholastic Law.
Oh, well, I don't have anything in Scholastic Lore. So
Didn't we all get Tactical Imperialis or no?
No, we all got War.
No, yeah, you all got war. The majority of you took things that gave you Tactica Imperialis starting off.
I mean, I definitely had it added to mine, so.
Yeah.
I think she has some
the-
other stuff that we don't have too.
The
I
main
just have-
problem
no,
is
my
like
Common Lore War, Common Lore Imperial Guard, Cook
up
for trade.
until recently, Lieutenant Lancaster has been operationally very useful, but not as tactical. You know, like doing tactics and things like that.
I'm more of a
so-
doer, not a thinker.
You're pretty. Your intelligence is pretty high though.
My
Yeah.
intelligence is high, which is why, I wonder why my cooking rolls are so hard to fucking
They're getting better.
beat at.
They're getting
Well,
better because your int's going up, so you're good.
Because I've been putting everything in int. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this for the stream.
No, it's
Oh,
good.
man. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure I could probably talk to you, Sheepy, and figure out something about Tactica Imperialis, but
Well, you know,
Yeah.
like I've been like keeping an eye on you guys all, seeing like what you're doing as characters and where you're kind of like leaning. Like Primer's been more towards like a combat leader. And Actually, no. I think actually, Rickenback has been a bit more of a combat leader, and then Primer's like eased into the strategy and tacticals a bit more. Like, you know, the kind of broad map.
It's because
positioning
I'm
of
not that
units and
smart,
stuff.
so I try not to do
Yeah.
too much. I'm just like, the only thing I'm smart at is when it comes to war. That's it.
Well, do you know someone
Luckily,
you're
this
very?
is an only war campaign.
Do you
So
know
there's only
someone
war.
who's very similar to you in that regards? Is Major Briggs?
Yeah, I was seeing Major Briggs, yeah. Well, we're not good people, like...
Yeah. It's not like, oh, if we move this unit here, then we can flank these people. It's more like, we will hold. And then you just hold.
See, Lime's really good at like the preparation before the storm.
Yeah.
And Lancaster is good at making sure you can spot the beginning
Looking,
parts
yeah.
of everything, and then Primer goes in for the kill. So we got like prep work, which we kind of have all been putting a little bit of our hands into, you know, and then we kind of have each of our roles within, you know.
I think we have a
the
good
actual
system,
war.
for sure.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
so too.
Yeah.
When you were building your regiments, I was desperately searching around for ways to defeat you, because I was like,
We've got defense, we've got offense, and then we also have like tactical and also scouting. Like we've got it all.
yeah.
We got
You've
range,
some good
melee.
specialities.
We haven't had to use melee as much, which is probably good because that's where we die.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Like when you've used melee, it's either accidentally with the 12th, or like with the Iron Briggs who are suited for it. So
Or Lancaster's
You
troops.
wound me.
Yeah.
You wound me, Sheepy.
Or Lancaster's troops that weren't meant to be
Well,
in
it
melee.
It was accidentally.
Or accidental, like they're like running towards the hill, running away from the hill, running towards. Nope, back again. Like they're just.
You're supposed to be ranged.
Our
You're
men
our-
have engaged in accidental melee.
You're our
Listen, I
long
got
range
12
snipers.
eyes, okay?
Yeah.
You're our long range snipers, though.
The worst part
Well-
is because you are that, you have the highest awareness. So like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also you have the like snipers, but also recon. They're very good at like battlefield recon and stuff.
You don't want that.
We
Miss
got
Amy
a long
Hoyle-
way to run.
Miss Amy Hoyle's like, just get all the Briggs to rage. I'm like, I don't think you want the Iron Briggs to all rage, because then trying to get them all to not rage.
Yeah.
Two companies of raging Iron Briggs. I mean, I wouldn't fancy our enemy's chances, but our chances afterwards are similarly slim.
I mean, in a situation, if you get like cut off and surrounded, then yeah, I could see the Iron Briggs going 300 on everyone's asses. But
Yeah. I don't want
so,
that.
strategy, tactics, and war. My first question for everyone is: would you like to delay the assault for more detailed recon? It is going to be dependent on the rear guard, so it depends. Like your choice is there, and if the recon have rolled well, then you'll get some good information. If they roll badly, then the information won't be as good. So.
in the idea of preparedness, Primer would want to have more information.
I trust the rear guard.
To double check,
Okay.
are
I
we
trust the rear guard
expecting-
too. Let's do it.
I don't. But I'm playing in character.
I wanted to
I
double
love
check
leaving it
'cause,
up to RNG.
Oh,
Because we know we've been told that at some point the tactics will switch to smart, and at that point we've got to like
Fuck me up, fam. Let's
careful
do it.
or just like, but like, is the expectation that they're gonna switch back to smart at a set time, or because we're attacking them?
Probably because we're
It's-
attacking.
Yeah, it's a worry that with a focused assault, what happened, and you, like this is something you would have heard at least. What happened down at the Tempestus line is at a certain point the tactics started to evolve and started to become more refined and more effective, and it was like at a certain point while they were assaulting. So the assumption is that if you guys assault here, hopefully you'll do a whole lot of damage to the enemy forces, to the horde, before the general or commander or whatever the hell it is gets sent there, and the tactics start becoming more refined again.
So we have time to prep beforehand. It's just once
Yes.
we've started the clock, we should
It's
like go
probably
ham.
Yeah, the assumption is once you've started the clock.
All right, let's do it.
Yep.
I like how people in the chat are like, I don't trust the rearguard, and I'm rearguard.
I just like to leave it up to fate. It
Yeah.
makes it more fun. I'm down with it.
Yep.
What is a story without a little bit of drama, you know? Boring.
Very true.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Your cup reminds me of like a megaphone.
Oh, it kind of
'Cause
does
it's
have the
wider
megaphone
on the
shape.
bottom.
So are we in agreement, lieutenants? Delay a little bit, probably another day for like a more accurate recon. Okay. In that case, I will look at the rolls. I will make no reaction, so if you have no idea whether it's going to be true or false.
You will attempt to make no reaction.
Well, I've seen the rolls. Do you have any idea what?
Yeah, I saw your little
Worry
grin
about
there. You do not have a poker face, Chibi.
Oh, I do not. No.
You're like, I'm gonna not react. And like the side of your mouth hidden under the beard. See, you could have kept the beard. It might have been harder for us to tell.
The beard does help with a poker face,
Yeah.
I will say that. So I'm just going to let me think. If needed, if needed, I'll remake the I'll remake the map. But I either I'll make a better one or something. Or did those not get cleared? Oh, because I'm on the wrong thing.
Poker beard.
There we go. Okay.
No, the last ditch among us is when we have to figure out who the captain is in the NIDS.
Well, that's
I am the captain now.
That's last ditch among us is when you like say that the Major Briggs is sus for not having any signs of, and then you space her.
And we're like, yeah, everyone vote Briggs, and then Scriven's like, no, it's Borgley.
No, it's the Eldar. And then everything.
And
goes
Borgley acts very sus because he panics.
So
What? I didn't do anything. I was just happy to be that. What?
I was at the helm. I was at the helm. You weren't at the helm. I meant the other place. Why are you doing this? You're the good guy.
So the makeup of the enemy forces is heavy concentrations of biovores behind. Oh, I'll do my best here. Heavy concentration of biovores behind Echo 8, like a little bit. Basically, they've been spotted on the edge of the jungle at just by the clearing to the north, like on the other side of the habitation city, or whatever you want to call it.
We know the range of biovores.
It's artillery range, so they have a good
Far.
Indirect fire. Yeah, same as your.
Uber far. Do not like.
And then you have a massing of hormigants.
Massing.
You have massing of hormigants to each side with some oh god, trying to do a G, not good for my.
You know, you can use the text. There's a text option.
It's just a little fiddly.
Oh.
Every time I try to use the text,
You have to use Alt and to move the text around so that it doesn't lock into a spot.
Okay. Yeah. So you have like hormigants and gene stealers. Like they're pretty much all over the place, but there's a massing of them just below that river and to the right of Echo 8, both in the jungle. They're kind of like massed around there.
Is there more greenery here where hormigans aren't, or Tyranids aren't?
Yeah. So the kind of purple area is the Tyranid horde.
No, I get that. I'm saying between the water, is there more green outside of the purple, so that we could perhaps come around and take out the biovores?
No, it literally cuts off just above that image.
Okay.
it kind of like if you go straight to the north from that 450 at the north end of it, you hit the Jafusco dense waterlogged jungle, a bit further up there.
Okay.
And what were the other ones? Sorry, I lost my. Termagants. Oh yeah. And then inside Echo 8 is a hoarding of termagants. The termagants are the shooty, and then hormigants and gene stealers are the melee types. So what it looks like is you've got you've got the mostly termagants like around the urban area, the rubble and the buildings, and then on each side to each of your flanks you've got hormigants and gene stealers. Like that's where they're more concentrated and more massed. And then at the rear you've got the biovores. You see no sign of Tyranid warriors, but they are singular and a bit harder to pin down. So
with this new information, we want to get to those biovores and take them out as soon as possible. I think we push up on the eastern side and draw them in that way and concentrate our efforts on that eastern side to work our way to the biovores. That seems to be the shortest path.
it will go through the jungle, just FYI.
Yeah.
There is a river as well there, right? On the
left.
That's on
oh
the
wait,
west.
eastern side. Yeah, there is clear.
So
Someone,
what I'm
someone's
saying
been
is like
taking direction
Well,
lessons from oh god, what's his name?
What I can't remember his name either, but I know who you mean.
Yeah, the lieutenant in the 1-4.
what I'm
dear.
saying is like this concentration right here,
Yeah.
these 5
Moreland.
should all push in like this way.
Yeah, and that's a cluster. The Hormigants and Gene Stealers are entirely melee, so we can like go to town on them with the Kyrians.
Yeah. So it was like if we can focus that area and swarm that area and kind of hold here for the time being while we get rid of the biovores is kind of what Primer's saying. Because he's worried about the biovores being able to take out vehicles, and if we move as a giant group, that would be very dangerous.
I would advise like a purely carrion force for that approach, so that they can like the melee nids have no chance of catching them, and then that means the Iron Briggs are free to maybe push on the Termagants in the meantime, so that they don't move in and cause us trouble.
As long as they don't get themselves into a pickle where they have enemies on all edges, I agree. They're gonna have to shave their way in, so to speak.
The only thing I'm worried about is those biovores. So we'll have to spread out a little bit more than normal, which is not ideal. Brian.
So-
Well, it can be a race, like whether the Kyrians can get to the biovores first with their speed, or whether the Iron Briggs can just roll over the Termagants with their shields.
Okay. The final question I have before we take a break and then we'll get to the assault, or it's proper full-on operational push, pretty much. You have at your disposal bombers and artillery.
Oh,
Get
we
bomb
know
on the
where
biovores then.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can find
I
the
was-
biovores.
I was gonna say the artillery doesn't reach their artillery, so you won't be able to artillery them.
I thought so.
Bombers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And artillery, we'll put the artillery on big groupings if we can find any.
I would
I
say
think that was the idea, yeah.
Yeah.
So what I will say before you make a decision is, again, these are going to be rear guard rolls. So I've warned you.
yeah. That's why we're doing it now, because if they're off target, there's still a whole horde.
we can
Tyranids
be
are
like,
gonna-
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say is, additionally, like the if you want to do an artillery bombardment, you can do it. You can choose how long to do it for, but the second that you start to move out, you'll start being at risk if you keep the artillery bombardment going. So
oh, could we bombard the Termagants?
Yeah.
To neutralize that threat.
Yes, but I'll give you this on your war rolls because it's a war thing. It's not any tactics. They are in rubble and things, so it may be less effective than. But then again, you
I want to bombard this side, so they think we're going to be pushing that side as we push on the opposite.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Get him to redirect forces that way.
Correct.
And,
expecting the assault here.
Are they smart enough for that right now though? Because we know that they're currently.
You mean,
I
are they
mean-
dumb enough for that?
It's dumb enough. Yeah. Are they
Well,
smart or
it's
are they
the right
dumb?
balance. If they're too dumb, they just won't do anything about it. Like apart from maybe spread out where the bombardment's happening. If they're too smart, they might work out as a misdirection.
Either way, Primer would stick to the tactics that he's well aware of and would say we should bombard the opposite side.
Also, it means
imagine
we
they
don't
would-
have to go over the river.
Yeah.
Okay, so artillery bombardment, yes. We'll talk about how long you want to do that for until you decide to go, and then you want to call in bombers on the firewalls, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, let's take a break, and when we get back, we will see how this goes.
All right. See you in about 8 to 10 minutes. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break for episode 11 of The Last Ditch. Will this be our last ditch?
I hope
I
not.
don't think there's any. Well, I guess there is a ditch. Yeah.
There's a river. We can make it into
Oh
a
yeah,
ditch.
I'm
There's
worrying
quite a few
about
ditches.
how the Kyrians are going to interact with the fact that there are trenches on this line.
Or a last ditch effort.
Also, there's a figurative version of that.
Okay. So, over the next day, you have the recon happens, and then the artillery starts up off in the distance, which I think it's this one. There you go.
No, just the sounds of artillery. We're fine.
Yeah. One
Bombers
thing-
would go at the same time, I would think, unless you
Well.
guys thought otherwise.
This is where the rearguard rolls come into it. You do not hear bombers come over.
Oh no.
Ah, crap, they're going back to open a nest again.
I deployed entirely the wrong place and they're
I will not
shooting a
tell
hole in
you.
the ground.
I will not tell you what the rolls were. I will merely tell you that the artillery rolled okay. The Aeronautica rolled well on 1. And they had Operate Aeronautica, Navigate Surface, and Bombing were their 3 rolls they had this week. So,
Gonna take a guess that somewhere has been bombed real good.
Which I hope is not our people. Somebody said they rolled a 97 on logic.
yeah, that
Oh,
that
no.
yeah, that was. Don't give away your artillery rolls. That was an artillery roll. So yes, the artillery has started up. The focus is on the eastern side where the Hormigans and Gene Stealers are situated. At this point, there's not
Wait,
really
was
much.
it gonna be eastern or were we gonna go west to divert attention?
It was west. The artillery should be hitting
Sorry,
west.
the yes, I've just pulled a
Moreland!
myself. Damn it, Moreland! You're affecting us all.
It gets, you know, it happens to the best of us.
All right, we should just start using rights and lefts. Maybe then we'll get it right.
It's better
Yeah,
than being
I'll still
infected
struggle.
by Commoditch, so. Who, by the way, is just to the south of you guys. If you want to get
Perfect. The grenadiers that I see right there, go kill them.
an entire company just starts marching down the trench looking for him. So yeah, the bombers, even with like multiple requests and radioing to the HQ, the bombers set out. You don't know where they are. So there is no sign of them, and they can't be contacted. So
Well,
Probably a bit of yelling at like underlings about that. Like at the Vox, I was like, "What do you mean? They're not on the Vox. They're supposed to be here in the sky where we can see them."
Primer pulls a Kylo Ren, except he grabs one of those tactical shovels and starts beating it into like the side of the tent or something.
fair enough.
Like, well, it's all right. We did make an initial plan that didn't include the biobores having been bombed, so I guess we just got to make sure to move on quickly to those once we've dealt with the Hormigans and Gene Stealers.
Primer will chime in and say, "Well, the artillery is hitting them and not us."
You
That's
do-
at least nice.
You are visited by a staff sergeant who's kind of not overall in command, but kind of like your pipeline to the companies of the Karian 9th.
What is it,
Vanguard.
Staff Sergeant Pipeline?
His name's actually Staff Sergeant Graves. But,
Nope, it's pipeline. Confirmed,
Graves.
done, deal, pipeline.
F Sergeant. Great.
He is dressed in the standard Korean uniform, but a lot of the winter gear has been removed, and he's very slovenly, and he has like a wounded arm, but it's like a flesh wound, so it's just like kind of bandaged up with a piece of clothing, and like kind of stubbly beard and like messy hair. He just kind of walks up and stands there, waiting for you.
What is it?
Just making myself available to the lieutenants in case you are of need or you want to start sending out orders. Please.
Well, it looks like we're not going to hear anything from the bombers, so I guess we're going on without them.
Reckenbacher, you want to move with the Iron Briggs in the central front?
That sounds like the plan, right?
Question is, where are we going?
Well, you're
I
going
imagine.
north, right?
Yeah, I was talking about looking at Lyme and Lancaster about where they're going to be.
I want to be with the Kyrian advance, but it makes more sense for me to be with the Iron Brig advance. Damn it!
You can go with them.
Well, you have a lieutenant with the Iron Briggs, so that's like one area.
I suppose if you were talking like
If each
even
of you take-
distribution,
Each of you take 2 companies of
I'm sold. I didn't need that much
ninth.
persuading.
Okay. Like I can be with the 2 companies of Briggs, and then you guys be with the 2 companies each of the 9th.
Aren't there 3 companies of the Briggs, or is it only 2?
No,
There are
there's
2
two.
companies of the Briggs, and there are 6 companies of the 9th. So even
The
split.
third company is on the
Yeah.
defensive line. It's currently with the.
I'd
I
want.
listened.
Oh yeah, I'd want 2 companies of the Kyrians anyways. We'd probably be the more scouty kind of party.
Oh.
If you scroll up from the map on the Roll20, you can see a picture of a Taurus assault vehicle. That is
It's a big gun.
Yeah. That is what you have the majority of you 3. The Iron Briggs have chimeras which are transporting them, so that's going to be slightly different. And yes, the Taurus assault vehicles, and there are also Taurus assault heavy vehicles, which are very similar, except for a slightly more damaging.
Like harassers.
Yes. There are like I think it's 2 to
Well, you can put 2 to you can put 2 to
Yes.
each assault vehicle. There's 2,600 and 1,200 vehicles, so you have 2 per. So you have perfect amount for all 1,200.
And you have a 1 driver, 1 gunner.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you get 0.6, so there's a half a person left. So one person does not have a vehicle.
It's
yes.
okay, he didn't have any legs anyway.
Oh no,
I'll
that's the
take,
person you want firing the gun then.
Just like you strap him to the gun.
Yeah. And
Primers.
if we divide this by 3, then that means each of you has 400 vehicles, with 2 each, which means you have 800 troops each.
A lot of
And 1
troops
left over.
compared
Someone
to-
has one trooper who's not in a vehicle. Maybe that person comes with the Briggs.
Well, that can be Graves.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
And Graves can stay
Then-
with Briggs.
Yeah, Graves will stay with the Iron Brigade.
Is Graves a Kyrian or?
Graves is Kyrian 9th, yeah.
Yeah. What is it with Kyrians and their names starting with Grav?
Gravid, Graves,
Gary.
Gravitas, Gary.
Myself and my brother Gravel don't know what you're talking about.
Primer's definitely going with the eastern guys that are pushing in towards the Biowars.
Okay.
So you're going east.
So,
Yeah,
So-
I'm over here pushing in.
okay.
I'm the one racing you, Reckenbacher, which I imagine was very fitting.
Perfect.
I mean, if your race, like the chimeras,
Are gonna be slower, probably.
yeah, their top speed is like 70 kilometers per hour.
It has to do with getting through the jungle and killing the stuff on the way to the Biowars.
Oh yeah, I mean the assault vehicles can go through the jungle, no problem. The chimeras can't. So, like, effectively, for you, Rickenbacker, you have the cleared area, kind of roadway to Echo 8, and then the Echo 8 area. That's your maneuverability area. Once you disembark, you can go into the jungle, but it is trees and etc. It's a lot harder for the Iron Brigade to function in such environments.
Yeah. And we're not clumped up. We have, since there's like 150 of them, we're kind of like split up around and
Yeah.
in like.
You're walking like an armadillo. Shield wall all over the place. You're just
Oh, what?
No, we're not on foot. We're in the
giant-
Chimeras.
Is that a
giant
shield
shield
wall
wall.
or a
We're in the
like a-
Chimeras, not in the wall.
I want
Shieldadillo?
1,500 iron
Just,
bricks in a giant
in line.
testudo.
just armadillo it up.
Yeah, like some at the top, some at the sides. Yeah. We could form an armadillo.
So I'm going to assume that you advance basically in like the chimeras predominantly moving along. Well, they have to move along the cleared area with the iron bricks inside, moving towards Echo 8 to the Ville.
Yeah.
And then probably like, do you guys want any of you up ahead of them, like scouting or moving ahead?
Lancaster, probably.
Okay. So Lancaster, you're up in front, like
Yeah.
reconning the forward stuff, and then you have the left and right sides. You can deploy as you like in terms of like where you'd like to be compared to the Iron Briggs moving forward.
where I would like to be?
No, the other two.
Oh, the other two.
lieutenants.
Okay.
I was
I'm
thinking
fighting this horde.
Yeah, I was thinking going with Primer and attacking the melee ones in the east, and then the ones in the west hopefully are busy being shelled and don't notice.
Okay. In that case, would you like to let Reckenbacker know that her left flank is like less defended, basically? If you guys are kind of heading over to that right side, attacking over
Correct.
there. Okay.
Yeah, maybe
If you
the Chimeras on that side are more on the lookout.
Yeah, I imagine like unit-wise, these guys pretty much stay here. Maybe we move like half of them, Bentham, to join the assault on this front. Like stuff slides over. I imagine it's like a shift. So like it's these three as opposed to two. So everything shifts over to 450, 400, and then it's like everything like shifts.
we focus troops on pushing on just punching through from the east.
Yeah,
Okay.
in like this area is where we're pushing.
Okay, so initial things I need is an awareness and scrutiny from Lancaster, and I will need common law war from Lime and Primer.
Ooh,
Oh, Vandy.
baby.
Oh, Vandy.
Vandy.
What was my role?
You got
That's
a
a
minus.
that's a crit. That's a
Oh, yeah,
that's
I
a
haven't seen
one.
your war. Yeah.
That's a crit.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Crit.
Vandy got
No,
1.1,
Awareness.
1.3.
Awareness was 1.3. Yeah.
and then scrutiny was
With-
4.7.
With a super crit.
Girl.
Oh my
Was I meant to
god.
be Was I rolling war as well as?
Yeah, you were
Yes.
Lime.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I rolled a 3.8.
Can we get
Success.
some freaking
Oh,
Point one. That's a crit.
War.
Oh
Guess
my
what?
God.
I'm
It's a
about to
4.
probably mess it up because
There we
y'all
go.
rolled so
making
well.
Up for my, making up
We
for my
got
crappy tactical
special
roll.
eyes, baby.
You know what?
12 eyes.
I
That's
should have
scrutiny.
just
12
gone
eyes.
straight into the fight. No rolls for you guys like the first half of this show where you were rolling badly and everything. Suddenly, what is with my luck with dice? Even whatever.
I want to say, by the way, I don't think I've rolled a nat 1 at all in this campaign yet. I think this is my first one.
I
don't
know
know if
someone's been
that's
keeping
true.
track of the crits, so
Maybe though.
I think.
Oh yeah,
I think this might be my
maybe
first
just see.
crit one, like perfect crit.
Oh, perfect crit. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I've
sure
got
you've
another
crit
crit
before.
Super crit.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
This is
you-
super
I-
crit.
I think you've super crit one before.
Did I?
I don't know.
It was like way
Does the chat know?
beginning of stuff. But
So
yeah.
there's a Discord which
Maybe.
has them all in, and I can have a look around and see if I can find it.
Yeah,
Well,
there is a
well,
Discord tracking them all.
yeah, you could
That's
do that at the moment
amazing.
because we're gonna have a Lancaster scene.
I know they've been tracking the Ascension show. I didn't know that they were tracking this show too.
Our tactics, though, Lime and Primer together just rolled a collective 7.9.
Dang.
Degrees of success
So
on it.
good, you guys.
That's awesome.
I'm about to probably mess it up because you guys rolled so well. I'm scared.
Well, it's
We need
it's
Sheepy to roll first. He'll take
Oh
away.
yeah,
is it-
Sheepy, roll first.
Oh god, no. So
How do I not have a nickname like 1.5 spiders?
12
I love that
eyes.
nickname.
12 eyes.
I
12
hate
eyes.
that. I just think of a 1.5 spiders combined. It's
I think
gross.
Rickenbacker is either gonna call you Chef or 12 Eyes. Just haven't had an
Chef
opportunity.
12 eyes.
So the stats record that there has been a super crit success by the 12th at some point.
Yep.
Hmm.
And that's in an episode, not like a rearguard thing. I don't know what it was though. I'll have to find it.
I think it was early. I think it was
Yeah,
early.
it may have been a generic
Probably.
trooper as well. So Lancaster, as you're like like rolling ahead, like kicking up dust,
Being a badass.
being a badass. I think you each have like 200 of the buggies, the
Yeah.
Taurus assault vehicles each.
Yes, I think that's the math I did.
Roll out.
300. 300 would be the math,
Yeah.
right?
I can't remember what I
1200
said.
divided by 4 is 300, so
It's not 4.
it's 3.
By 3.
No, 1200 divided by 4 would make 300, because it's
You have
12
400 each.
Yeah, but we have 400 each.
You have
'cause
400 each and you have 800 troops each.
Yeah,
Oh.
Because
Oh yeah,
I
because it's divided by
I-
3, not
it's divided
4.
by 3, yeah. So you have 400
Yeah, yeah.
each and you have 800 troops. 2 per vehicle.
Yep.
All of that math's just melted my brain. But
Sorry. I did the math earlier and then I forgot all the math that I just did.
That's what it is.
I'm like, I wrote it in my notes, but then I forgot what I had said to
Just,
everybody.
it's just 12 divided by 3 equals 4, and then you add 2 zeros on the end of it. It's very simple, Sheepy.
More melting just happened, dude. I don't know what to tell.
But there are 2,600 troops, which is weird. So there's there's a half
Yeah.
left over. That's the weird part about it.
7 plus 6 is 13.
So I have 150 chimeras and way more troops, but like they're all going to be ground troops. So
Yeah.
Right.
So Lancaster, as you're going forward with your assault vehicles, the Kyrians are kind of like every now and then a vehicle will like peel off and going, one or two vehicles will like peel off
My fiancé.
as a squad and go and engage like a small pocket of Hormigans or Gene Stealers, like being reasonably effective so far. You every now and then you find like a little kind of remnants of Kyrian traps, mines that are buried and stuff. You kind of mark them down. That's kind of the basic success for your scrutiny and awareness, is just noticing these mines and mapping them out so that the following chimeras can avoid them. That all goes off without a hitch. However, when you're getting closer to the outskirts of Echo 8, you actually notice, like, off to the side, a building that's like it possibly it was a warehouse for supplies of some kind or something along those lines. It catches your eye and it's like, that's something.
Okay. Like it's something good or something bad? Usable?
Like from what your 12 and eyes tell us,
I love that.
you can't see any sign of enemy activity. But you're effectively, well, I'm just turning you into a spider here. Your spider senses are tingling. There's something about that building.
Okay.
It's full of nits.
Want to crit 1 success? Okay.
Something about that building, huh?
You can pass by it if you like.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass by it. I'm gonna go by it. I'm gonna see. I want to get a little closer to it and see.
Well, when I say pass by, I mean as in you can ignore it and just keep going. If you.
Oh no! I want to go check it out. Obviously, I want to
Okay,
go check it out. Like,
Okay.
You
yeah,
wanna blow
no.
it up.
I want to see. I want to get close enough just to see, like, is there something, like, is it usable or is it like a nest of Tyranids kind of thing?
Okay. Roll me a stealth, please. As you kind of getting closer to it, like start exploring the building.
I'm imagining the inside of the
Ooh,
the
nope,
entire
re-rolling that.
structure is a solid cube of nids.
Okay.
I
They're
am
just like compressed in there.
I am
I think-
re-rolling that. That was a minus 3.8. I am re-rolling that.
That was
self.
a stealth for Sheepy. That's Sheepy's roll because he refuses to roll.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to roll next, of course.
I told you didn't know. These were supposed to be Sheepy rolls.
Oh,
Mandy, you weren't
sorry.
allowed to roll.
I'm sorry. I won't roll. Sorry.
Sheepy
Sheepy
should
should be
get
rolling
into
first.
it.
That's right. Yeah. Yep.
So you you get to the building. You're not super quiet, unfortunately, but you kind of like go around the outside. You see no sign of Nid activity. You know, a couple of peeks through the windows doesn't show any activity inside. Do you want to go in?
Yeah.
And
That's
you-
Oh
fine.
my god.
do you wanna
he's
search it?
trapping you.
Yeah, I'm gonna search it.
Cat's worked it out. It's full of Eldar.
Yep. It's the Eldar spider.
It's always them Eldar.
So stressed out now for Mandy.
So yeah, you kind of creep in, and like the beginning of the building is like stacks and stacks of like just generic household items for redistribution to the place. It's kind of like chairs like stacked up, like gathering dust. Some of them like a bit like black soot from artillery stuff. But nothing was destroyed in here. And then you see at on like the beam post to another section of the like a doorpost to another that goes to another section of this warehouse. You see Sergeant Freely was here.
Is this his cash house?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I'm gonna start looking through some of the boxes, I guess.
You want to go into that section of the place where?
Yeah.
Okay, so you open the door and like slide in. A couple of Kyrians with you, like quiet as all anything. And as you push back into the thing, you find a couple of crates stacked with det packs. Effectively C4.
No.
Additionally, as you're like moving stuff around, your foot like hits this like little bit of rubble, which like rolls and kind of like makes this like clunky, like echoey clunky noise, but it keeps going. As it goes down, you realize it's like slipped under this little hatch, and you hear it like clunk, clunk, like echoing down, like clock, 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 all the way down into something. There's like a crate on top of a hatch that you missed.
I am moving this, like, we're getting this box moved and we're gonna go check this out.
Do you want to
Holy
hold?
shit.
Do you want to halt procession?
Yeah, no, we're halting. I'm gonna halt everyone else.
Okay.
We're gonna start loading up these det packs and stuff into the.
Okay.
Oh my god.
They can't really be carried by the Tauruses, very well, but you could like attach them to the iron bricks. So do you want to investigate the tunnel?
Yeah, I want to investigate the tunnel.
Do you want to investigate yourself, or do you want to send some?
Oh no, I
couriers?
want to go too. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm. Oh, I'm
Do you want to like
curious.
a squad with you of Koreans?
Yeah. I'll take a couple if you're with me. Yeah.
All right, 1 second.
Oh my god.
Not terrible. Okay. And please roll me a stealth for yourself as well. Okay.
2.8 degrees of success.
So you like this hatch, you open it up, and turns out to be like a ladder that goes down. It's kind of like a fairly wide ladder. You could fit like 3 people abreast going down, and you go down it a little ways, not too far. You can still hear like the thumps of artillery off in the distance somewhere, and you start moving through the tunnel, and moving. There's like nothing down here, and when you get closer to the edge, you start hearing like skittering and movement up above you. You estimate. Roll me a survival with a +20.
It scares me when sheepy's rolling stealth.
Can I reroll that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's your last reroll though, just FYI.
It is. That's survival, you said? +20?
+20.
We only have an hour left, you know.
3.9 degrees of success. Okay.
You can see like further down the tunnel, it goes to a very similar like ladder that goes up. From what you can tell, like there's no light, so the hatch on the other side is like closed. From what you can tell, you're basically at the center of the town.
Oh my god!
That's huge. You just found a way to
Dude, we
get
can
into
fucking
a
Oh my
blow 'em up.
god!
Yeah, the det packs, and then
We can
also
fucking blow 'em
coming
up.
and flanking. Yep.
The layer of soil is minimal, so it's not like a massive like underground. It's like very slightly underground. Just
I'm
It's
backing
what
out
happens
of
when
here.
you roll a crit 1 on your fucking scrutiny.
Do it, girl.
My
damn
god.
it.
Okay,
Dude,
okay.
this is huge. If
The
you
1
can
4
do
approve.
something. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
Rick and
Tunnel into
Byron.
the enemy, things to blow up the tunnel with. Yes.
I'm gonna back out of here. Just convene with the rest of the troops there. I'm gonna be like, as silently. Okay. All right. This is the perfect storm, boys. We have det packs, and from what I can tell, we are right underneath the town that we are supposed to be defending against, pushing into. This is going to be a big, big thing. As silently as possible, move those det packs into position in that tunnel. We're going to blow up the center of the town and fuck up these Tyranids. You hear me? All right.
And they all nod. They stay silent. Incidentally, those of you who are leading the Koreans, one thing you'll have noticed is they have a very simplistic hand, like sign language, between them. As very often they're in like separate. They don't have the always have the voxes to talk between themselves. So they will like make themselves known. So while you were going through, they were communicating between themselves with the sign language, the hand language for like just basic. But one of them like pulls his mask down and says, "Lieutenant, we have the know-how to set the detonation charges. We're not so good with the structures, and we don't. If you want it done more efficiently, you could get someone with the knowledge needed of where to place the detonations, and we can do it." And puts the mask back off.
I know just the guy. And I'll step out and can I Vox Primer?
Lime? Oh, primer or lime?
Both would be good.
Both,
in this
actually.
Scenario.
I know just
Yeah,
the guys.
Yeah, you can. Your command Taurus basically has a Vox kit attached to it. Sorry.
Oh boys!
So based on your war rolls, you are effectively like cutting into enemy lines into the jungle, and then like just skimming the deeper parts, and kind of harassing them and then moving back. And as you're moving back, the Kyrians are dropping out like kind of like fairly large detonator mines, which then, you know, as the enemy charge back to like get you, they run over, trip the mines, and it kind of blows them into confusion. Like bits of the jungle are falling over, bits of it are on fire, like minorly, but it's a rainforest, so it's kind of a wet place. It's also right next to Joe Fusco, which is extremely wet place.
So I imagine our Vox.
Lancaster?
Oh, do
I guess
have-
are we in our gunner positions as well on our like?
It depends whether you're driving or gunning, but yeah.
Well, I'm guessing like the Vox kit. I don't know, like that might replace
can-
the gunner. Like I don't know if there's like a command configuration where like instead the commander just like sits on the top with a Vox and then says drive me close so I can hit them with my sword.
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
Lancaster, things are going well over here so far.
Oh,
Primer
they're
here,
about,
what's up?
they're about to get a lot better, boys. I'm gonna need your expertise for a little treat I found. And no, Primer, it's not one you're gonna have to eat.
Speak.
I found a warehouse full of det packs with a tunnel going underground and leading right underneath the town. Soil's pretty thin. Could wire it up with explosives, blow it sky high. What do you say?
Sounds like a brilliant idea. Easy way to get rid of the termagants and move straight through to the biovores.
You know I like explosives.
I know you do. I didn't know who knew soil and explosives better than you two, so get yourselves over here. Let's fix this up.
Alright, let's put our heads together.
I don't know
And,
if we can actually get to where you are. I think we can only advise via Vox would be my guess.
No, you can, if you want to drive over there, it won't take very long.
Okay, then yeah, Primer would definitely head over there.
You do have the choice, though, of, do you want to leave your men, your Kyrian men, like, still operating on the orders you've been doing?
Let's have an aside line.
Alright.
So basically, the skirmishes are still going. You hear, like, the crack of lasgun fire and the louder cracks of, like, the heavy weapons going off, screeches of Tyranids, like, starting to be some, like, artillery explosions in the area, but you're, like, way away from where it's hitting. So it's basically where you were, like, 10 minutes ago, basically.
So, the reason I wanted to have this side, because to me it kind of makes sense for maybe just one of us to go and the other to stay with the company we're working with. And so Primer would essentially say, perhaps only one of us should go. Do you want to give me insights on soil, or do you want me giving you insights on explosives?
If you have it, both of you roll me Common Law Imperial Guard with a plus 20.
Okay.
How did I still fail that? I rolled a
Wow.
crit fail.
Oh god, I nearly rolled a crit success, but 5.6 degrees.
You can re-roll.
It kind of
Yeah,
makes sense.
I'll use my reroll for that. Why not?
Well, Lime has succeeded. But,
Oh, okay.
You can if you want. I'd.
No, I'm fine. You said
No,
Lime
no,
succeeded.
please,
I'm fine with
please
it. No,
use up
Lime,
your
go ahead.
rerolls.
Go ahead, Lime.
The Lime, from what you know of the Kyrians, they tend to be experts at explosives. not so much with terrain and structures.
Okay, so I was going to advise that Primer go because of explosive expertise. It's probably easier to teach a bomb expert about the ground than it is to teach a ground expert about bombs, but if the Kyrians already have the bomb side of it covered, then Lime should probably go to deal with the...
My only question in that is, do they have the double blast like I do?
They don't, no. They're more infiltration and sabotage than just
that was the
grenades.
only thing.
Right.
That doesn't necessarily mean anything, but that was just my thought. But given that role, I think it makes sense that one of us stays and one of us goes. And
Yeah,
with your knowledge, it makes sense.
So,
Yeah, I should probably head out, take a good look at the tunnel, make sure we've got things right. You stay here and keep these guys working hard.
Absolutely. Got it covered.
Okay. Then in that case, Lime, you basically pass over command nominally to Primer, while you go to the tunnel. Primer, just very quickly, as the artillery fire increases on that side, do you want to maintain operations, or would you like to scale it back slightly, like keeping away?
The artillery's hitting the west side. We're on the east side.
The enemy artillery.
Oh, our whole goal, like, we weren't necessarily doing the smash and grab initially, but the idea is we're eventually going to just push to the biovores and blow them up.
Yeah.
That was the goal, not necessarily shave them off. It's one of those things where we shave them off to make it clear enough to where we feel safe, where the artillery isn't going to start shooting at us, and then just beeline to the artillery. That was Primer's plan.
Okay. Well, the artillery is now coming down in that eastern area where you've been like going.
So the
in,
biovores
like,
are shooting?
The biovores are shooting into that area, yeah.
Cool. Time to go get the biovores.
I almost feel like Primer would be slightly disappointed that he's not gonna be part of this big blast.
Primer, give me a
Maybe you'll be able to see it.
Please.
That's what I'm hoping. Like,
It's a good motivation. The further he advances with the Kyrians, the closer he'll be to the town to watch the boom.
3.2 degrees
so-
of success.
From your successes cutting in and moving into this area, you can make a shot for the biovores, and they'll probably be a bit too slow to react properly. You might take some artillery fire on the way. The main problem is the termagants are still there, so you'll get some fire from the town as you go that way. And also, like, there are still multiple like Tyranids in the way, so you will take losses definitely.
So
it depends. Yeah.
here's my thought then, is timing it when they make the explosive happen on the Tyranids.
Okay. So for now, you want to like holding pattern, and
termagants.
the second the explosion happens, you straight shot.
Correct.
Or would you like to time it even more specifically, where like you start moving as they're about to explode it, so that.
So, Hillius actually gonna vox over and say, keep me posted on when you're gonna hit those termagants. We're in a position right now to push for the biovores, but would take heavy losses if those termagants aren't otherwise occupied. Lancaster.
Understood. We'll keep you advised of the timeline.
Appreciated, Lime. And so it'll be one of those, like, they'll probably inform me ready to explode, and I'll say do it as I start moving in.
All right.
I'm
Lime
assuming
is-
you guys are gonna let me know so we don't like push into that town before.
Yeah.
No, when Lancaster called the halt, the entire column kind of came to a halt. You're still outside of effective biovore range. It's kind of like close-ish, but maybe a few shells have fallen, like hit a few chimeras, but it's nothing really to worry about. This is big war.
Just another day in the guard.
Yeah, just another day in the guard. So Lime, could you give me let's go with survival and also awareness with your speciality as you like chip away a bit of the soil and just
Taste it.
Yep. So I
Do you remember that meme of the guy with the spoon of ice cream, and he like puts it in, and he's like, They like that.
I don't know that.
Hold on.
Really? You
hold
haven't
on.
seen that? Oh god,
Oh no.
it's old.
So survival and awareness with a plus something.
Plus 10, I think. Yes.
Okay.
For heightened senses taste. Possibly the only character in 40k who has heightened senses taste.
Yep, it's great.
Weird.
Yep, I pull up and I'm in the tunnel like, all right, let's see what we're working with here. And then like, well, he's in the tunnel. He's like,
you're real excited, Lime.
when he's in the tunnel, he's like, you can literally hear them. Yep, that's a good sign.
I put the video in the.
Oh dear.
That's good.
Ooh.
The 3.4 on the survival and 3.4 on the awareness.
2 16s as well.
They were
goddamn.
they were both 16s because the plus 10 meant that both targets were exactly the same.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
So you kind of pinpoint the perfect spots to like as you're kind of like from where the noises start, which is basically the outskirts of the rubble and that type of thing. You start putting down the det packs in like strategic places to like not only cause an explosion but also just like collapse the thing, and it's going to cause chaos and it's going to cause a lot of casualties. But then you realize, like, as you're going and you're like placing them and you're like tasting the ground, weird, you don't need as many as you actually by the way, Lancaster, can you roll me an awareness please with a plus 20? You realize you don't need as many as you've placed because the ground itself is very prone to collapse, which is why there's a bit more struts and structure to this tunnel, because this area of the ground is a bit more not volatile, but when it goes, it goes. It's almost like closer to sand than you'd like, maybe.
2 degrees of success on my awareness.
Which actually leaves you with a significant pile of spare det packs if you want. And Lancaster, as you're like following him, you hear like a very definite concentration of movement, kind of about 3/4 of the way to the end of the tunnel, where there's definite mass activity.
Pile on some extra det packs right there.
I'm gonna point up and just be like,
and just like pull out a bunch of extra det packs and lay them around. Put like one each on the supports here just to make sure they go. And
all right.
yeah.
And
beautiful.
your det packs are set. Everything is ready. Would you like to head back and?
Yeah, we're gonna head back up. I'm gonna just look around, see if there's any like low sticks that are in the warehouse or whatever, in the special stashes.
Not.
None? Is there anything in there that's like a cool like accessory?
No, I mean there were 2 massive crates of det packs.
I mean, okay, fine.
You want to go and complain to Freely? Feel free.
No! I love him. Oh my god, Freely, I love you so much. We're gonna go out and look over at the town. I'm gonna lean back against the whatever the transport is, and I'm gonna vox both Rickenbacker and Primer and just be like, "Oi, lieutenants, might want to take a look over near the town in a couple, so you don't get spooked."
Primer's just gonna be like, bothered looking. Tell me when you're gonna explode. I gotta move.
What is going on? Rickenbacker has not been looped in at all.
Rickenbacker, make sure you got some earplugs in you.
We do not have earplugs.
Oh, well, then I suppose you'll get its full glory. Stay away from the town, will you?
What did you
Give
do,
them enough
Lancaster?
clearance.
got some fireworks planned.
Does that mean go, Lime? Does that mean go?
Well, tell us when
I'll
you're in
give you the
position.
go,
We'll
relax.
wait till then.
You'll know. Trust me, you'll know.
Relay to my troops that I have that hold up.
Uh-huh.
And we have like a line, like all these chimeras just stopped for a moment, and we witness. And I imagine, you know, like the music that's like like there's like
Yeah.
explosions happening.
So I'll lean back against the chimera and I'll just be like, Lime, you ready?
I am. We'll just make sure Primer is.
Ready and moving. He comes in on the Vox. Do it.
Point of order. Everyone roll me a common law war. I don't think this reaches up into Tactica Imperialis. To take a plus 20, Rickenbacker.
Oh.
Just
I got a crit fail.
I got a
you cut
66.
96.
Oh, damn.
All right.
I almost crit succeeded. I rolled a 6, but
You said
but
take a
We're
plus
way
20.
too involved
Yeah.
with this, like, the big shiny red button kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
2.5.
Okay, as you guys are
What's
discussing...
with all the 5s and 2s in the
Hey!
in our set of rolls here?
We got a
0.1 degree of success when you combine all of ours. We got 0.1 together.
Hey!
As you guys are discussing your tactics and it's kind of getting to the point where you're ready to blow the explosives, both probably a bit quicker for Primer, but Rickenbacker also. You guys think, hey, if you're about to collapse part of the town and blow up a whole load of termagants, maybe it'd be a great time to charge in with the chimeras. And...
That's the plan. I
Yeah.
was already planning
Yeah.
to push in.
Okay.
Yep.
But I'm gonna wait. We don't want to be
Oh, yeah,
pushing
yeah,
in when
yeah,
the explosions are happening.
No, you want the
Flame
explosions
is
to
not
go off
considering
first.
it. He's like button that makes big boom.
I'm imagining it
Yeah.
being like the explosions happening. Primer's troops try to like take what's left standing, then freaking out, and then we rush in and plow through everybody else.
Oh, Primer's going straight to the Biovores.
Ooh, nice. All right.
Yeah. It's a risky move because there's still Hermigats and Gene Stealers
Well, hopefully
there, but
they're
he's pushing
distracted,
there.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Oh,
Are
so
you
excited.
leading the charge, by the way, both of you? The ones who are charging?
Primer definitely is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Primer's literally got a grenade, hoping if he blows up one Biovore, it'll cause a chain reaction.
Okay. In that case, yeah, go for it.
Boom.
And you have you.
Yeah, we'll hit it together and then and we'll watch the fireworks for a minute.
Yeah, you
Primer
hear
was
the
on
like.
the move right before the explosion happened.
Yeah, you hear like the crack, 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 crack as like explosion, and then like partway through it, you hear as like a larger explosion, and then like you can't hear the last ones. What you effectively see from your vantage positions is like big like dust clouds of fire and dust like going up into the air, and then like one really big one with like which even like rumbles the ground slightly probably. And Primer starts leading his charge. Rickenbacker starts moving the chimeras in. At this point, both Lime, you can head back to your company to rejoin them if you like. And the charge, although you'll get there a little bit late probably, dependent. And then Lancaster, you can rejoin yours and kind of like join the battlefield how you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna rejoin my group and I'm gonna let the 12th and Primer's group go in first, just to make, because I know they're kind of rushing in, and then I'm gonna come in with my troops and kind of sweep up the rest. Try
Okay,
to
so
kind
you
of get any stragglers who are trying to maybe, get them from behind or
guard the
like the flanks.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what I need, aside from a whole load of rolls from the Kyrians, because they're the linchpin of this.
Oh, can I shoot my missile launcher with the scatter missile at the Biovores?
If you
Yes.
if you want to have brought it with, absolutely.
Oh, it was on my character, so it would have come
Oh,
with
okay.
Primer. Primer literally.
I didn't
like,
know whether
that's
Primer
mine.
had it himself or not. So
Yeah, he wanted
He
it.
still has to eat the food, so.
okay, so I'll tell you what. Like, what happens is, you know, you're at the front of this charge, and you're kind of like scything through, like small pockets of gene stealers and hormigans who like either get knocked down or get kind of hit by fire from the other Taurus vehicles which are in support of you, and then you kind of like skid the edge of the jungle, and as you're going, you're like going along the edge of the jungle clearing, and you spot like big kind of like beastly, almost gorilla looking, if you know what gorillas were, which I don't think are on your planet, but yeah, for the sake of description, kind of like very, very big beastly, with like huge cannon type things. I think this is the first time you guys have seen the biovores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah,
So Primer will be
normally
like,
our only experience
Someone-
of them
This
is
is
we blow
them.
up.
Someone make a cute cartoon version of them.
And you just like swing up this big chunky rocket launcher already loaded. Roll me a ballistic skill, please.
You
with
want to
plus-
see ballistics? I've got ballistics.
Say hello to my little friend.
plus 20.
Yeah.
I have both my fate points, so I'm ready to re-roll. I am re-rolling.
Okay. Oh god, a 91.
Oof.
That's
Hey!
better.
There you go.
3.1 degrees of success.
So the roll me the damage on. Roll me 3 damages on the.
On the scatter missile, because I
Yeah.
technically only have one because Lancaster technically didn't give me more than one. Well, I might have
Well,
had 2.
So let me narrate this for you, so you understand exactly what a scatter missile does. You fire it up just a little bit above the biovores, and the missile goes like and like flies, and then just
It
as
rains.
it's reaching above the biovores, it explodes, and you see like little bits of it like fly out everywhere. And then all around the biovores, you see like explosions, like, covering a big area.
Instead of blast 5, which is what it said for scatter missile, I doubled it because it's blast, or maybe it was blast 10, so it'd be double for my dude.
Yeah, so it is blast 10, so it would be blast 20.
Okay.
Whoa.
So I roll 3 damages still, or
3 damages is the guideline for how much damage you do, but I will take into account everything like the explosive. Okay.
10, 12.
I just need to pull up biovores.
Very average.
yeah.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah.
Still
So
a lot of damage.
the explosions kind of rock the like multiple positions of biovores. Some of them are like, you know, are kind of knocked over or kind of like spun slightly.
What's the
Their
pen on that?
shots
Because it has to
are-
be more than 0 pen on that.
0.
It's frags, so 0.
0.
Aren't frags? It was 2d10, right?
Yeah, it's
I think-
2d10. There's no
Okay, then,
pluses
yeah.
to it. But, yeah. If it was a missile that was actually propelled into it, then it'd be a different story, because then that would get pen on the initial impact before the explosion. But because it's an above scatter thing.
Yeah, it's great for hordes and for like massed units.
Which, the
Um,
biovores, basically, there's a lot of them, so we wanted
Yeah.
to hit them all.
Like for the like bigger things, like if you use like a crack missile, then that's much more specific, single target penetration type thing.
I was going to say he would also have a cracked grenade loaded into his gun to shoot at one of them.
Okay.
If I get another attempt at shooting, but that's just my thought.
The Taurus Oh, I didn't mean to do that. The Taurus vehicles also have either heavy flamers or grenade launchers. I feel given the general.
Mine would have grenade launchers.
Yeah.
You know they would.
Yeah. Well, I think given the operation, they'd all have been fitted for grenade launchers, aside from maybe a small few squads of like heavy flamers, because you're with hit and running, it's like mostly going to be grenade launchers usefulness. Maybe some of the ones like following, clearing up for the closer stuff would have heavy flamers, but so yeah, feel free to roll your. I don't think it makes too much difference for the blast because there's no blast on a crack grenade, but
So my ballistics will be important though.
yeah.
Is it still a +20 or?
Yes, it would be.
I have my reroll ready. I'm re-rolling.
That's fair.
It's a hit instead of a miss.
That's a hit. Roll me. Actually, give me a second.
I have a crack grenade damage.
Yeah.
So roll
but
that.
there may be a few crack grenade damages depending on how well these guys roll.
All right. -1, 0.8 success, -3.5.
Okay, roll me 2 sets of crack grenade damage.
All right. That was really bad.
As pen 6 though, so
There you go.
yeah. Like
8 and 14. The 14 was my shot, just so you know.
yeah. It's just like there's just a volley of a whole load of grenade launchers. Just as you kind of like skirt the jungle, you just grenade volley with the grenade launchers like over onto them, and you're just like, that was mine, as it's like going like straight for the eyes of one of the biovores. That was mine. I put a ribbon on it so I can find it later.
I made sure you know it's mine.
It's got a streamer behind it or something. Like,
No, it literally just on the side of it says primer.
That would be so confusing for like explosive experts who are like, primer? Like, this is the primer?
It would probably just say 1 on the side, but
Yeah.
generally he wouldn't want that, so.
So the so yeah, the volley goes over, like taking out multiple biovores, not all of them. However, the fire from the village from Echo 8 is starting to like go to your flank, like the edge of the jungle. So like some of the drivers get shot, some of the gunners get shot, some of the Taurus assault vehicles like either get damaged so that they flip or lose control. Like you're starting to lose some numbers. If you want, you can like stay the course and get closer for another volley. You've taken out probably like half of the biovores there.
This is gonna be really stupid, but this is what Primer would do. It'd be like, half of you move back, the rest, we need to get rid of these biovores.
Are you leading the half?
Oh yeah. And he's also telling them when they get on the other side to start taking out those termagants, because we will need support on the fallback. Okay. And Primer will go through the Vox and he's like, I've got half of them. We're getting flanked. I'm sticking in. We got to get rid of these
I'm on my way up. I can help.
hard.
I'm on my way up. I can help cover you.
Lime.
I'm coming around to clean up the flanks as well.
If you cut through a small piece of Echo 8, you could get to the troops, or you can kind of go around and join them after they've kind of like done a pass at the and like
Mine are
joined.
Mine are all gonna start clearing the space.
Yours are heading in already to the.
I'll go around. You know, it's scenic route.
That's fair. I don't think. Do you have rerolls left?
I have one.
Okay.
Well, I'm sipping some cab, going the scenic route.
It's like to the driver, I'm like, I take the scenic route, recap break, and I like sit down in the gunner position, just like
Paper. So as the Iron Brigs are moving up, the Chimeras are like trundling and going, and you hear like some fire from the rear and the flanks where Lancaster's dealing with the like small pockets of Tyranids that like burst out of the jungle and like assault, but The Tauruses
Oh,
are
surprise! Surprise!
You kind of like skirt Echo 8 like around the edges, and then rejoin your half of the Kyrians, who are just returning from like a strafing run of the village. They took some reasonably heavy fire, and now they're moving back. So, in a second, you can kind of do with them as you will. Primer.
Yep.
You are coming to the edge of the jungle, so you're kind of like perpendicular to the biovores. You have an okay shot on them again. If you like, there is the open cleared land where you can kind of like cut across, get closer, and then cut back if you like. But currently, you've been staying along the edge of the jungle.
Given that we're already exposed and we're having an issue, he's going to move away from the jungle. He wants to make sure his shots count.
So you're going to move into the cleared land?
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of that has to do with the fact that he's moving forward and we don't have as much scouting, and he's like, I don't know what's in this jungle line anymore. And
That's
also, I want to make sure my shots count, because if I go down, I better take these guys with me.
Okay.
Alright, so...
Well, before you do that...
Yeah, I'm scared. One very well might die here.
We'll see. Shit, I didn't add a... did I roll that? Okay, I did. That needs to be... Well, it doesn't matter. I rolled a crit success.
Oh.
It was supposed to be plus 20, so technically it's 8.7, but I feel like that doesn't matter too much. So you like cut out into the cleared land, and like start moving across, like all of the grenade launchers getting like reloaded and all of that type of thing. Sheepy needs to change the music because this isn't quite as
Scary?
Yeah.
I can imagine what it might be that I'm about to run into.
I think this is it. Oh, it's being difficult. Okay. No. Sorry, I can't find the one that I...
That you want
there we go.
music-wise?
There we go. Oh, no, that's the same one. Sorry. Okay, so as the Taurus assault vehicles are like gliding.
I think it is a little
along
loud. This song in particular.
Okay. There we go. Is that better? They're gliding across the cleared land, and they're heading towards the being reloaded. Like sights are starting to be aimed across. Roll me a awareness or a scrutiny. They will do, or both, they will do slightly different things.
I'm gonna roll both. That's not quite a crit fail, but that's
Not quite a crit
bad
fail,
roll.
but it's very, very close.
Maybe a tidge a little bit more lower.
Okay.
I've got a -6 and a -0.5. I don't have any fate points. I used them.
You did.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think it would have mattered with a crit success 8.7, but
So the first moment you realize anything is as your Taurus is flipping, and it just goes like up, like vertically, and you see like this similar to the Tyranid warrior you saw, or the lictors you've seen in the past. This like bladed scythe-like blade like come through the floor of the Taurus and just like impale the driver.
oh shoot.
And then roll me an athletics. Well,
My strength is higher right now, but 0.3.
yeah,
Fail.
it's not too bad. You kind of like push yourself away from the vehicle and kind of out the command spot as it like continues flying, like going upwards, almost like something like collided with it and took it. The motion kind of took it up. And you go flying towards the ground, like hit the ground, like maybe you sprain your wrist or something, nothing too serious, and start rolling. And then as you pull yourself up, you realize, like bursting from the ground are these like multi-armed scythe wielding, but they have like a snake's body.
Oh no. I know what this is. Is it more like a centipede almost?
More like a. Well, they're raveners. If you know what raveners are, they are basically, they're almost exactly the same as Tyranid warriors, except for they can burrow and dig.
Only
Okay,
Ravener
yeah.
I know is an Inquisitor, so this just stands terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, chat got it. I
Andy
saw-
the Ravener.
Oh God.
Randy, I like it.
I saw someone in chat being like, Sheepy's way too calm for how much of a beating he's taking, so I'm worried.
Yeah. Okay. I looked at pictures. That's scary.
Yeah, they not all of them are just that as well.
Everything
Some of
we're
them-
fighting is scary. Like, there's nothing not scary about any of them, pretty much.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
nightmare fuel.
Yeah. They all are, like, gross looking, too. Like,
So not all of them have just the scythes. Some of them have this like really long gun, almost like a cannon type looking thing, with like this little barbed kind of a bayonet like sticking out the bottom, and they start like opening up on some of the vehicles, and the vehicles who get hit by this like puncture, which like shatters and like starts eating away like corrosive acid or something at the vehicles. Like bits of vehicles shut down, like wheels fly off, like people are flying everywhere, etc, etc. And 1 second, this is going to be very, very dependent on the Kyrians.
That's important.
Okay,
That
okay,
success
okay.
was important.
Oh my god. So as like you see the another like kind of bladed scythe thing go through the vehicle that is still like suspended in the air, you realize it's being held by this really tall kind of thing standing on its like snake tail, basically, and then it just rips the Taurus apart, like it just like tears it apart like it's paper. You hear a noise behind you, and you have enough time to see like a hand which kind of grabs you and pulls you on board a moving Taurus. And then like skids and like moves in the opposite direction. As
I was gonna say Primer was about ready to shoot a grenade into that vehicle and make it explode
Yeah.
in the thing's face.
Yeah. The gunner is like on swivel, like firing behind as the remnants of this attack, which there are still quite a few. Some of them have retreated off into the jungle, and some of them have just moved away, you know, like whichever direction is away from this like new threat that suddenly popped up. He's like firing his grenade launcher off as you go. You do not have a Vox on this.
Nope. I imagine my Vox guy died in my vehicle.
Oh no.
So Primer is just on the move and being like, we need to get back. We need to make it back. They need to know what's up here.
Right away, sir. our boys will move back to more safer parts and start skirmishing the enemy most likely. But we'll take you straight to HQ, which is basically...
Primer looks at the gunner and says, "Let me take that."
The gunner like looks back and smiles and goes, "Aye, sir." 1 second.
Lime is blissfully unaware on his scenic recaf break.
Oh, is that me being shot at?
It might be me. I'm rushing in to go in that open space that's in that area.
I don't know if it was mentioned, but that rando driving the vehicle scraped a success on operate surface and on athletics to rescue Primer. 0.7 and 0.3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think the numbers were called out.
Yeah, but something just rolled a 3.3 on ballistic skill, and I don't think it was a good guy.
Oh no.
22 is.
So as you say, jump down and let me up on that gun. The guy like turns around, stops firing at his grenade launcher, and then just a massive spike like straight out of his chest, and like it's like partially impaled him into his firing seat as well. So it's like gone through his firing seat and it's come out like there, and he's like instantly dead, like lifeless eyes.
What can I roll to pull him off of that? So I can take the gun.
Well, he ain't using it anymore.
It'll be a -10 athletics as well, unless you want to just rip him off the spike.
Oh, I'm trying to pull him and the spike.
Yeah,
Not trying to pull the spike out of him, but
-10 if you're trying to pull him and the spike.
yeah, I don't do it.
No, like if you want to pull him off the spike, you can do that, but there'll still be a big ass spike. Like,
Yeah, I mean, if I can't do that, that's all I'm doing.
okay.
I'm gonna try and use the gunner without being on the seat then.
For narrative's sake, you can probably get off a couple of shots. They won't be accurate, and it'll be very hard to shoot. So, like, could have just like indirect grenade fire in the general vicinity.
Yep.
Incidentally, as this is going on, there are like wormy raveners. Just like some of them are going off into the jungle, like snaking away. Some of them have like dug back down. There's like so many holes in the ground here. And like a few of them are kind of chasing your guys who have come back towards Echo 8, but none of them are really fast enough to catch up with you. This was very clearly an ambush specifically designed to take out some of the like these Kyrian vehicles. And then the you kind of like swerve around and you get to the like the entrance to the village where you see like multiple shield walls of iron bricks like moving in, kind of like at some points they'll like swivel and start like pounding some of the termagants into like fireboxes where like you end up with like a right angle of shields and they just start volleying and just like ripping them apart. But you like pull up and you jump out, and there is Rickenbacker, like very obvious, commanding the troops. And I believe, Lime, you will have been in the area, so once that ambush happened, you could very much like be here too. As kind of like yeah.
So Rickenbacker, when you see Primer kind of just jump out of this vehicle towards you, he's covered in viscera and soot. And he's gonna be like, ambush some other creature, some burrowing creature as strong as that warrior we saw is up ahead. Be warned. They're waiting for us. They're expecting us, and they may strike soon.
Oh, they're under the ground.
They burrow.
All right.
body seeming movement like a snake.
Hmm.
Their lower half is serpentine. My vehicle got taken out somehow. This guy, looking at the driver, pulled me, grabbed me off the ground so I wasn't murdered, but...
It's nice job. Well, in that case, when we push out of this town, we fire away at the ground, then maybe it will come out.
The driver gives the sign of the Aquila and goes, Corporal Gravity's off.
She
Gravity
gravity
report to
knife.
Lime.
She taps like her grenades on her crack grenades on the side of her shoulder, and she's like, perhaps we show them a little surprise too.
I'm out. He shows where his crack grenade normally is. It's gone.
Perhaps there are more back there. And she kind of points at like back to some of the other troops you can like jack some from.
The just to give guys a little bit of information about what's available to you with these guys is you have the standard kit for the
Iron Briggs.
For the Iron Briggs, and also
I think maybe I actually have. I point to one of the troopers and I'm like, "You come here," and then I'm like, "Give him your grenades," and like they just take off their grenades and they hand them to you. So now you have 3 crack grenades.
Sweet. That's useful for a grenadier.
It's better on you than on me, because my troop,
I'm built to launch grenades into things.
do you have crack grenades?
Uh-huh. We do.
Where do you guys get them from?
It's in our thing. I can bring it up.
Oh, you got the crack javelins, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I remember. Okay.
Yeah, they're javelins, not grenades necessarily.
They're effectively they're still as effective as grenades. Also the Kyrians have frag, smoke, stun, and tube charges. Just
Dang.
FYI.
Okay, they got a lot more.
If you one useful thing you can do is if you need to retreat, you can set up they have snare mines and tube charges, and snare mines and smoke grenades. Snare mines basically like a claymore. You set it up with a tripwire. Once it goes off, it detonates whatever it has. So you can set it with a smoke grenade. So if anything sets it off, it smokes and you know where something is. Additionally, a tube charge is just like 3d10 of damage in an area.
Yeah, and I think what you see that the Iron Brig's doing is like there's groups of shield walls, and then they push some, they get some of the creatures to kind of move in, and then there's already people in the back just like firing away at them as they like getting corralled into these little like openings.
Yeah.
And for those of you who are asking, no, the Meltagun is not here. It is back with our other troops. Sorry.
Primer would also ask Rackenbacher, mind if I use your Vox to inform Lancaster and Lime of the situation?
She'll motion to her runner, or her Vox comm runner, to bring it over. Go ahead. And then she just like kind of runs forward and just like hits a creature and like fires away at something. Or maybe using her sword. I don't know if we're in melee right now or what.
Lime and Lancaster come in. It's Primer.
This is Lime.
Lancaster here.
Before you both respond, you get. Hello, this is Trooper Blake with the Aeronautical Corps.
Where the hell have you been?
Apologies, we got slightly run off course for a while, but we are now and you can hear the sound of some engines like above.
Oh my god, I really hope they don't bomb us right now.
Do you have a Lieutenant Moreland in your department currently?
I do not believe so.
Okay, never mind.
However, we have a large payload and we are currently above targets. Designated coordinates for bombing run, please.
Hold for a moment while we make sure there aren't men there.
No.
The underground spot, the part with the
we probably
worms.
should figure this out.
Primer will come in and be like, I imagine he knows what coordinates he was at, right? Do I need to roll something, Sheepy?
That would be a survival logic. Both of those would get you accurate coordinates.
Logic is based on int. I'm definitely doing survival. Yeah. No.
Oh my gosh. Do you have a reroll?
Oh, I'm out. I used.
Can I give him my reroll?
4.3.
Staff Sergeant Graves, like strolls up,
Oh no.
smacks you on the back.
Oh no.
Where was it? I imagine Primer's like, oh, where is it?
Permission to go smoke the area, sir.
You approved. If you're willing to put your life on the line for that, I would be much obliged. May
Permission
the
is what important, sir.
may
Happy
God
to die for
Emperor.
the Emperor.
Exactly. And he'll give him the sign of a killer and give him a low stick, and he'll just say, "Enjoy it while you ride."
Much appreciated, Chief. See you on the other side, yeah? So Staff Sergeant Graves like runs, jumps into a slightly battered Taurus which has been left in, like guns the ignition and just like screeches off, and you see like him kind of start pulling pins on like smoke grenades and just throwing them into the back, and like very, very slowly more and more like red smoke goes off, and then you see him as he's going, he just like starts pulling like donuts and 180s and like just drawing this like ridiculous red line along the way until well, let's just see how he does for a second here.
I think Lime is kind of close to the area where that's being ordered, so he probably like because he's still catching up with where the battle currently is.
Ooh,
so he probably looks over at like a place he's passing, and he's like, That's smoke. That's red smoke. That's bomb smoke. Turn around, please."
Yeah, Primer comes across and he's like, "Designated smoke. Light him up."
Fuck.
That's
It's like,
hardcore.
drivers
Halo
directly
coming
away
in.
from the smoke for a while, please, and then turn towards base.
Yes, you will head back towards base,
Good
and
God.
you can like kind of partially see through the smoke as it kind of like starts to dissipate a little bit as he's like drawing this pattern. You see like eventually he manages to go for quite a while and cover like a lot of the area with the smoke, but eventually like the Taurus gets flipped and like rolls and then doesn't move.
And then Primer will be, "Graves designated it. His life was put for the cause. May the God Emperor be with him." And he'll also say, "Hopefully that takes out those new nids that I ran into. Snake form, ambush. They covered the flanks of the biovores and took us out. I'm lucky to be alive."
Glad you're
Sounds to
still
me
with
like
us.
a change in tactics.
Seems it was a set-up ambush.
And the bombs start falling in that area. It's like kind of the biovore cleared area to the east of the of Echo 8. Starts like falling down and from what you can tell, at least it does.
Rickenbacker's
damage
just
to-
chainsawing creatures
Yeah.
in half in the background while he's on the Boxcom.
Primer's on the Vox with a just freshly lit low stick sitting there watching.
Lancaster's in one of the chimeras, just going do, like cleaning up everything behind while holding on with one arm. Probably has
So-
somebody holding her because she's little. Like, just hold on to me, please.
So you are at the still like clearing the entrance to the city, to the town. There is like a line of kind of like fairly collapsed area, and some, but you can still make a clear shot in. You can move your Iron Brigade into the city. There's still termagants in there. There is a bombing run over to the side. You do still have the unknown aspect of the group of Tyranids that were getting artilleried. You have experienced some not really ambushes, but some kind of like hit and run hits from that side. Lancaster, Lime manages to come back with the rest of his unit, the rest of his companies. The current situation is the Iron Brigade have lost minimal troops, a few hundred at most.
This is what I imagine we got rid of.
The Kyrians, especially Primer's company, you have taken much heavier damage. Primer, you've lost about half. The rest of you have lost about a third.
Right.
Hey.
Effectively, including Vox and comms, it's gonna depend on what you want to do here. This is kind of a pivotal choice for you guys, is whether you want to keep going, or whether in face of this new threat and tactics, whether you want to retreat. Or like pull back, basically. Your standing order allows for either, so you won't like be accused of cowardice and disobeying orders if you pull back, because this is a new strategy, and it is sign of strategy, which implies there may be a commander around here.
Seems like they're starting to wake up.
We were meant to find the
commander,
right? Yeah.
Does anyone know where their commander is? Have you spotted anyone?
I know what the commanders look like. I guess if I see anything different looking, I'll tell you.
Well,
although those snake-looking guys, those ones are definitely different, but there's too many of them for them to be a commander.
let's do one more. Let's do one more sweep. If we don't see anything, we retreat.
All right.
If anything, we can try and hold the forward line and take back this city.
All right.
Don't call it off quite yet. Just play it more safely now that they seem to have a better idea of what they're doing.
I guess so. For us, Sheepy, then we're gonna play on the defensive for a little bit, but still look like we're keeping it, and we're all just gonna kind of like scout and look to see if we can figure out who is their commander.
So you're gonna jump in your own Taurus as well and do a little scouting too?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is going where? You have multiple directions you can go. You can take a few.
I'll go east, since that's
east?
where my people were. I mean, I was watching that side.
I'll go west.
Or
then.
west. Sorry, I'm getting
You're going
backwards.
west? Oh.
Yeah, that's the side that we were keeping an eye on.
We've all had a Moreland
Yeah.
at this point, so it's fine.
So if you see where this is the area we've kind of like done stuff in, if that's accurate.
Yeah,
yes.
I think you guys all went northeast, and I was keeping an eye on the west and moving
So
in.
if you'd like a general idea, it was basically like this area here is where the
I should put this on the screen for people.
Raveners picked like.
Where was the big corplosion?
The big complosion was in that area, kind of like the X's and the
T.
the just the pink bit above the T, to top left, top right of the T.
So this is just the line of the area we're kind of familiar with, where we've been.
Yeah.
So, Primer would want to push north.
Okay.
I'll push northwest.
I can join to the north.
So 2 to the north, 2 to the west.
One was northwest, one was west.
I'll go like northwest-ish. Like I'll want to be kind of between them, just because I can probably relay info quicker.
Essentially, kind of scouting where the biovores were falling back to and stuff like that. He's thinking tactically with relation to how our command works. If we remove tactically, they generally fall back towards where command is, because command sits in a more secure area.
Okay. In that case, could I get from everyone an awareness plus 10? We'll go in order so you can all do your rolls and I can kind of correlate what's happening here.
All right.
3.2.
Nice.
3.2.
Minus
Sorry.
1.5.
Oh no.
That is a good question, and also the bombs have landed, so there is not more.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Ah!
If
My
everyone
first
got
awareness
3.1 or
success.
3.2, and I flubbed it.
Well, we are in the same area.
Actually,
Bentham.
Well,
So I was
yeah,
like,
actually, yeah,
one
I'm
of
not-
us had to
yeah,
roll well.
Just let you keep a lookout. I'm gonna have more recap.
I'm sure Primer has his wits about him. He's heading kind of back towards where he got flanked, so he's like very aware.
This is-
Lime doesn't have quite the same kind of like horror from the moment as a Primatus.
This is the kind of time I wish I had a Tyranid rear guard so they could make all my rolls for me. So,
You know what? If we get enough people, just kidding.
we kind of have
Oh,
enough people.
you could do it for GM tier.
Yeah.
That's more
Actually, that
GM
would be a
tier.
pretty
That's a
good
cool
idea.
GM tier reward.
I think we have maybe going by the numbers that the last time I checked was like early on in terms of numbers, but I think we have like 130, 40 people in the rear guard.
Nice.
So,
Yes,
yeah.
rear guard.
It's a lot.
You have the rear guard, and then you have the tier guard.
Oh, the tier guard, God.
The
Drake,
tier guard.
Drake said it in chat.
That's
Drake said
good,
it in chat.
Drake.
The
Why'd
tier
you-
guard.
The tier
Why'd you do
guard.
these things? So
GM tier guard.
Rickenbacker, Lancaster, and Rickenbacker, Lancaster, and Primer. Please roll me a scrutiny and survival.
Oh, I'm not good at those.
Incidentally, if you have a reroll, Andy, you can reroll your.
No
Your
pluses
awareness.
to these scrutiny.
Oh
and-
no, sorry, who was it? Who failed that? Sorry, Lime, you don't roll. Yeah, it's okay,
Scrutiny
that's
and
fine.
survival, right?
If you'd like to reroll your, yes, scrutiny and survival.
Yeah, I didn't do too hot on those.
2.7.
I'm good.
And mine, I'll re-roll my -1.
My survival
Okay.
is -1.2. My scrutiny was -4.2.
And
I
that's
got -1 on scrutiny, -3.8 on survival, but none of them are crits.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh,
god, that's so
survival.
bad. -6.5.
That's
a crit fail on.
I should have
survival.
just kept the -1.8.
Rickenbacker.
I have one more reroll.
You can't do it on the
I know
same-
I can't do it on the same roll.
Rickenbacker. Jesus Christ. Rickenbacker, you see. As you get deeper, you're going west, right?
Yeah, west.
Okay, you're going west, yeah. You see the mist or the smoke that kind of penetrates this area. It's a little bit green. And as you kind of hit the denser area of it, part of it like starts to tarnish your armor, and you start to feel like a little kind of like stinging on your skin and things like that.
I kind of shout to the driver, get back, and I'm gonna go over the box as soon as I can.
The driver like screeches the brakes and like pulls it into reverse, like pulls back just out of it. Like you're kind of like this like very light almost like sweaty mist has like started clung to you. It's like it feels a little bit acidic, but you know it's not like instant death or anything like that.
Yeah.
And you see
Oh shit.
in like through the trees and in the distance, a fair ways away, like deep into this kind of deep into this like thick mist,
Mm-hmm.
you see this. It's in the project. It is very tenderly. It is
Oh,
very
ew.
like looming.
Where is
and
it? Oh.
it's on the
God.
Where is
so
it?
gross.
Where did you put it?
I put it in,
In the
the,
Discord.
Oh, in the
Discord
chat. I thought you.
I will also, if needed, I can put.
No, I got it on the screen for the viewers. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
that's what I was trying to do. I was trying
Yeah.
to. What the
That
fuck
is
is
what is
that?
called
And it's got
a
like smoke or
venom.
like things
Yeah,
on it.
it's
Venom
got
throat?
these. Yeah, it's a venom throat. It's got these like big kind of spiky things
Spores.
coming.
Yeah.
Vinny
That's
the
just
Venom Throat.
It's just discharging this this kind of thick, acrid, acidy, venomy smoke, and it like
What in
looks
the
at
emperor
you,
is that?
and then it kind of like moves down and starts like moving through away from you through the jungle.
Yeah, as soon as I can get to the comms. I'm relaying what the fuck I just saw and telling everybody to go. Get out of here.
Okay.
You just hear over the comms. There is some kind of creature putting some kind of spores or smoke into the air. It's disintegrating my armor. We need to retreat.
For people in
What
chat
do you mean
who are,
disintegrating?
My armor
for-
is disintegrating.
for people in chat who are disagreeing with each other, venomthropes are like side species of zoanthropes, so they are synaptic creatures. Basically, they're a commander. Yeah.
And I
But
described
let's
what the
end here.
creature looked like.
Oh no!
Man. Ugh.
Oh, it's perfect. It's the bit where someone says the like a game-changing thing, and everyone's just like on the Vox,
Can't
and then before
respond.
anyone can talk, it's like next time
On Dragon
Ball Z. Oh my god.
Dragon, rock the dragon. God damn, that's a great intro. Except for that's the intro, actually, so that would be, yeah.
Next episode, you have to enter it that way.
So, yeah, I will go into detail of what you guys could have found if you'd have succeeded your roles in the after show.
Sounds awesome.
But,
All right, well, thank you all so much for joining us for another episode of The Last Ditch. We hope that you enjoyed it. Of course, we're going to go record an after show, which will be over on our Patreon. And if you kind of just tuned in towards the end here, if you're a Twitch subscriber, you can immediately watch the VOD afterwards. But otherwise, we will have it for free up on our YouTube channel tomorrow. If you want to check it out, or if you want to relive the action, that'll be over there. Or if you just want to show us some love, you know, leave a comment, give us a little thumbs up. All of that helps support us. And of course, we're on all the social platforms at Roll For It. You can show us some love over there. We always keep you up to date on all of the cool things that are coming up, as well as all of our content. Reminders that we have daylight savings time happening everywhere but the US, so we're going to have a little bit of a weird time starting. If you are in the UK or other places, it will still start at 6 p.m. GMT for you instead of BST. But if you are in the US, you must tune in a little earlier. We're going to be starting up at 9 a.m. PDT instead of 10 a.m. PDT. Yeah, there we go. But we'll also give you reminders. If you don't want to ever think about any of that, follow us on all our social platforms and we'll let you know whenever we're live. Beyond that, we do have some cool things up on our Patreon. For free, we have our HQ if you want to go check out what happened behind the scenes with our lieutenants and such. Or not lieutenants, lieutenant colonels, there we go, and captains of sorts. You can see what strategies and things they've been employing overall over the whole entire war versus just our bit of the war. And beyond that, we have a whole bunch of goodies up on our Patreon. We'll have more things coming, so stay tuned for all of those. We got a lot. And I believe the Ascension, the next floor for Ascension is gonna come up this week, right?
Yep, that's the plan.
Yep. So without further ado, I'm gonna check tips. If you love to tip.
I don't know if we missed it, but thank you very much, Paul Toon, for supporting today's
yes.
episode.
Thank
you. We hope you all enjoyed it because it was a goodie. And we'll go around and let everyone know where you can find them at. And Sheepdog, I believe that you owe them an outro.
Oh, really? Did you
Is
guys
this correct? I
Wait,
think
what?
they
Did we-
do. I think
How
they.
many?
Well, leave me to last, and I'll see what they.
Okay, all right, fine.
they say.
I wanted to kick it off with that. Yeah, I'll have to wait still. So let's kick it off with Vandy then. OMG Vandy, Lancaster,
Hi.
who's finding some sweet underground goodies for us, kind of turning the tide of the battle here. Tell us where people can find you at.
You can find me at OMG Vandy everywhere or on Sheepy's channel on Mondays where I play a Vampire the Masquerade campaign, also jammed by Sheepy. You can also find me playing some Atlas on our server Gambit Gaming. So if you look up gambitgaming.net, that's the server I am helping to run. And yeah, mostly the stuff's on Twitter. I am doing art and design and game things, and yeah, just a whole bunch of everything and a lot of RP. So
Awesome.
good time.
And then we have, of course, the opposite. No, I'm just kidding. Lime, who's played by Bentham Plays, who's chilling with his recap in his buggy. Where can people find you at?
You can sometimes find me on my YouTube channel, which is Mangled Pork Gaming, because I'm terrible at names. Where sometimes I'm playing Factorio with friends on Saturdays, and we were trying to get to the Spidertron as fast as possible. Now we're going to make a Spidertron army, because you can't just have one. You've got to have a whole army of robot spiders, obviously. But there's not that much happening there right now, because I'm working on the final stages of actually preparing to finish my house that I've been refurbishing since January. I don't think COVID was named when I got that place, and it's still not done. But by next week, I may have started to move in. That's where we're at now. It's happening.
Ooh, exciting.
I was slightly late to the call because I ran back from there working on it. I still have paint on my hands from, you can't really see it now.
Don't lick it. You know, because lime licks everything.
Licks the paint.
Yeah.
No, don't lick paint.
And of course, the one who found our lovely new underground sprawling wormy friends, Apocalypto12. Where can we find you at when you are not playing Primer?
Hi, you can find me anywhere that when you Google Tyler Scheid probably pops up. Which I actually Googled because I was in a call with somebody the other day, and somehow I'm on this website that tells you who people are dating called Who's Dated Who. And I was like, what? And I kind of laughed about that. But anyway.
Those, like, all of those sites are always wrong. Like, some of the ones that have my name on them, I'm like, what is this? This is not even real.
Yeah.
Someone once stumbled across a website that tells you how much famous people earn, and they looked up EE, and he was on it, and it said he was a millionaire because it counted every single YouTube view as £1.
Oh my god.
This guy
he
has
wishes.
tens of millions of
I wish
pounds.
that was the case.
I'm like, E, did you hear? You're rich.
I mean, in all fairness, I've found myself on those those sites that gauge that, and they're like, Tyler, you were worth $500,000. I'm like, I wish. Anyway, you can find me at twitch.tv/apocalypto_12 or Twitter, apocalypto_12, Instagram, apocalypto_12, YouTube. Just search Tyler Scheid, it'll pop up, or apocalypto12, no underscore. It's really easy to find me. But I have new merch coming out on Friday. Be ready for some beanies and masks. That'll be really cool. Those are on tylerschheid.com, or just go to DFTBA and search up Smile Always merch. It'll pop up, but it's all good. And make sure you check out all these other wonderful people that are part of this, and tune in more to these awesome shows, because oh my gosh, how close Primer gets to death, how close Lancaster gets to death, Lime, Reckenbacher. Always close.
You were definitely saved by the Kyrian good
Oh,
rolls,
yeah.
which was.
Yeah, then
You'd have still had a chance to get away, but it would have been very, very dangerous. So.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't believe those successes occurred.
And I thought you said every 1,000 sheepdog. So, but people are
I
saying
did.
that it was 2K, and I thought it was every 1,000.
I heard
It was 1,000,
that
but at the
deal-
time
Yeah,
he
it was
said it, they
1,000.
were at 1,000. So
Oh,
they were like
I thought they were
2,000.
less than. I thought they were 850 or something like that.
No, they when I made the deal, it was already like 1,300. So I was like, next 1,000.
Oh, okay. So never mind. You have not hit the mark. I don't think. Right. Never mind. Skipping sheepdog. You get nothing. No, just kidding. What would you like to say, Sheepy?
Oh, hello, Billy Mays here. I'm here to talk to you about dice rolls. Now, hundreds of sheepdogs around the world every day are affected by dice rolls. If you want to help them out, well, then you know what to do, and you know where to do it. So go and do it today. Goodbye.
All right. And I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places on the internets. I do lots of stuff. I play on a variety of tabletop RPG content. I make tabletop RPGs, and I make video games for a living, which I currently am working on Ashes of Creation, if you want to check out that and see all of the things over there. I'm going to look at our donations. We've got The Unspeakable donated $88 and said, The Unspeakable has donated $88 for chaos. Okay, give me a minute. I'll have to contact EE to get him to send me the table for this. While we wait,
I
Fandy,
have the table for that.
can I get a D100 from you? Roll a D100, Fandy, do it.
What?
Roll a
Why
D100, do
me?
it. I don't know. He called you out. He asked. I'm gonna make him do
Oh.
it. For
Roll
$88, you're
D100.
doing it.
Okay, 1D100 coming right up.
83.
An 83.
I don't think that's good because
I
high
don't
is
know
not
if that's
normally
good.
good.
What? Is there a table or something?
I'll
that-
find out. I'll find out very quickly.
All right. And Fan Yogs donated.
This is from a different game.
Fan Yogs donated $50. Says, "Love the show. Try not to get blown to bits by your own support." In quotes. So thank you so much. And then, of course, last but not least, the one, the only, Finlay Shards donated $50, saying, "Another amazing episode. Great cliffhanger ending. Finding a commander creature at the end and incredible battle through the show. Thank you all for a fun evening." So thank you all. We're going to go record an after show. If you want to tune into that, definitely go support us on our Patreon. And we will see you next week for another episode. Remember, it's going to be an hour earlier if you are not in, or if you are in the US because of the weirdness. Bye.
And in Canada.
Oh,
And in
wait.
Canada.
Wait.
What?
Sheepy says wait.
I have
80
very
83.
quickly. No crap, I can't find. Never mind. Go. It's fine.
What?
Maybe.
What a
Maybe we'll find
teaser.
it.
What this
We'll find
83
it in the
is for.
after show when we talk about.